Welcome, everyone, to the 2022 U.S. Championships, broadcasting live here from the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. I am Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash, and we have an amazing lineup of 4 semifinal matches tonight. Semifinal night, often the best one to watch. You get all the best players, and you get plenty of squash. So I am sitting here with my guest host, co-commentator, Graham Williams. Graham, welcome.
Dent, thanks very much for having me.
We're excited to have Graham here. We'll get a little bit more into his background in a second, but we're excited to have his expertise and taking a look at our first match. We'll get started up at 5 p.m. with Chris Gordon taking on Todd Harrity, the 2 and the 3 seed, in what promises to be a great showdown, followed by Sabrina, Sobhy, and Olivia Fiechter in the women's semifinal at 6 o'clock. The number 1 seed, Shahjahan playing Timmy Brownell, the number 4 seed, and then cap the night with world number 4, Amanda Sobhy, taking on Olivia Clyne. So these were the top 4 seeds in both draws. We think all of you will really enjoy, and we hope you stick around for the entire time. So Graham, currently the head squash professional at the Philadelphia Cricket Club, and we especially wanted to have you on tonight. I know you've done a lot of work and currently do with Olivia Fiechter, so looking forward to having your expertise. So thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no, like you say, Dan, exciting to be down here. Like wonderful centre and quality lineup to sort of match the venue. So excited to see how these matches pan out. Like a lot of experience, particularly in the first game. Be interesting to see how that one plays out, and then obviously you've got the younger players playing later on, and so it's good to see where the the future of US squash is.
Yeah, we have what you might call the vets kind of bracketing the evening with Chris and Todd, and then Amanda and Olivia, all of whom have been representing the US for a long time, better part of a decade or more for all of them, and then in the middle some of our current and up-and-coming stars in those middle 2 matches at 6 and 7. So it'll be an interesting dynamic to watch throughout the night. And the first one's a real treat. We'll get the introductions going in just a minute or two here. But Todd, who's won this event on 3 separate occasions, Chris, who's won it on 1. We'll get into their stats. But both these guys have a ton of experience. They've played each other endless amounts of times, had training sessions together, traveled around with each other as part of Team USA. So, in your experience, what's the biggest challenge when you're playing someone who, you each know each other front to back, you know each other's games?
Right, yeah, like you say, they'll know each other's games inside out. They've played each other lots. I mean, one thing I know, I've watched them from afar, is with that experience, they probably handle it better than perhaps the younger players would. I think sometimes when you first start playing, your friends or your peers, people you play a lot, it can be a little bit daunting. But these two are experienced. They know their own games inside out, and they'll be, I'm pretty sure, just focused on controlling their own tactics, making sure they perform how they want to, and they'll be able to put the closeness to the back for the period of the match, I'm sure.
Perfect. We're here at the Specter Center. They've been competing throughout the week. This kind of home court advantage for all of our athletes, and then all of them have played on this court through the U.S. Open. We'll talk about many of them who train frequently on this court. So this is not kind of a unique situation for them, so they're really able to settle into their squash and focus on, as you said, their tactics and how they're going to approach the match. As I said, if you'd love, before we get the live stream going here in a second, hear a little bit about yourself and your background. But in the meantime, I think we're pretty close to going down to the court. So we'll go dormant here for a second, Graham, and we'll let Ryan Leslie from US Squash introduce our 2 athletes from the first match here. We're just having a slight issue with the court audio, so we're going to take back over here, Graham. Ryan's introducing both Chris and Todd. So Todd, coming on court, who's won this event 3 times. He's been the U.S. number 1 for many years until recently when Shahjahan, who we'll talk about later, has taken over the top ranking as for all the U.S. players. But Todd is number 36 in the world, and besides winning this event 3 separate times, he's also the defending champion as a 31-year-old. So still in the prime of his career, has plenty of great squash left in him. And then Chris Gordon, who's just been introduced, who you see walk on court right now, really the senior statesman of the U.S. team. He's been representing the United States on our national team since he was as young as 18 years old when he turned professional. And he played an exceptional match yesterday, which we'll get into. But Chris won this event as well in 2013, 35 years old, and number 68 in the world. And he's been such a steady presence on the world tour, maintain himself in that top 70 or top 80 for a decade at this point. So I think this will be really fun. As you said earlier, just a ton of experience between the two players.
Right, yeah, they just, like you say, with that experience, they just know their own games inside out. They know exactly what they need to do to get themselves ready to pull out a performance. And I mean, Chris is, he probably won't admit it himself, but maybe hasn't got many of these left, so he'll be keen to add to his 1 title, and Todd, looking to add to his 3. Been no event for 2 years because of obviously the pandemic, so look, I'm sure they both prioritise this as one of the events they want to perform well in, and leave that lasting legacy for the rest of the the US up and coming players.
Yeah, the last time this event was contested was 2019. As you said, we were scheduled to hold it in April of 2020, and obviously the world got in the way of that. But then with the pros returning to their full-time schedule and us wanting to make sure that we have all the top athletes here, we've had to work around their professional tournament schedule and unable to hold this full championship until now. So they've all been really eager to get out there, and it's been fun to see them kind of gunning for it. Todd brought up that actually the last time he played Chris did beat him, but that was back pre-pandemic, so Todd was kind of eagerly anticipating this one to try and get back on top of that. But he knows all too well how dangerous Chris is and how strong he can be physically out on court. So I think they'll both be really, really locked into this. What are you looking for, as the lower seeded player in Chris and someone where Todd would be favored in this just through ranking and long-term results? What would you be looking for the lower-seeded player to do if you were coaching them, and how they get started?
Look, so I keep saying it, but Chris knows his own game inside out. You obviously wouldn't want to be overcomplicating things. He'll know Todd. You mentioned earlier off air that Todd likes to be aggressive. He likes to take the ball early. He looks to dominate across the middle. So Chris has got to find a way of keeping Todd away from those areas. Maybe make him a little bit uncomfortable, trying to take balls in that he wouldn't ordinarily. They're not just leaving it on his racket, just maybe starving him of those opportunities and making him maybe go for shots that aren't quite there.
If anything, Chris had some good practice with it yesterday. Chris had a really strong win against Andrew Douglas, who's one of the United States' best up-and-coming players, who just graduated from Penn and is kind of surging through the world rankings. So Chris getting through that one in 3. He actually trailed in all 3 of the games and found a way to come back. But one of Andrew's favorite things to do is move quickly across the midcourt, apply pace by taking the ball early, exactly as Todd likes to do. So Chris having to be detailed about avoiding that section of the court against Andrew will probably help him tactically today against Todd.
100%. And it sounds so simple to do, keep the ball out of the middle, but when somebody's putting the ball in tough areas and looking to feed themselves in those areas, you've got to be clever with sort of the paces, the heights, the angles that you're using to sort of make it as hard as possible for them to stay up there. Again, easier said than done, but your opponent can't, you do have some control over when they can hit it. If they were looking to take the ball early, you can slow it down. You can maybe use a little bit of hold just to disrupt the rhythm. But then you don't want to overcomplicate things. You've got to stay true to your own game. So it's fascinating to see how you sort of just tailor your own game for the opponent you're playing. Look, Chris has got his strengths, and there's certain things that he'll want to do, and he won't want to be basing everything around stopping Todd playing. He wants to get into the areas he likes to get into, and he'll want to be as aggressive as possible. The old saying that offense is the best form of attack. Is the best form of defense is true to a certain extent.
Got it. We'll see these guys finish their warm-up soon. I'd love to take a moment before the match gets started just to hear a little bit more and our audience being able to hear about your coaching career. I know you're at Philly Cricket Club right now, which is one of the basically most famous clubs in developing top talent and junior talent. We're going to see Olivia Fiechter, who's a Philly Cricket Club native, play later. But it would be great to hear a little bit about your coaching career and what led you to Philadelphia.
Yeah, so I started coaching. I played in England as a junior, probably not that successful junior.
Which you're coaching now, that's why.
Right. Those who can't teach, is that the same? So yeah, I got into coaching in England and coached for England squash, various roles: development officer, regional coach, and nationals. Did some national junior coaching, and then moved to Canada maybe 8 years ago. Got involved with the high performance stuff there, was the women's national coach before relocating to Philadelphia and took up the role at the Philly Cricket Club. Like you say, there's masses of interest in junior players especially. Got to meet Olivia and started working with her. So it's been, personally a good move and one that sort of helped progress my coaching career.
Well, I know PCC completely renovated their courts and built a ton of new courts, so that's helped you guys expand your program even beyond where it was in the past. So it's been fun to see, just the huge numbers of junior play, and then, obviously a ton of adult league play and others coming out. So I know also have our former director of national teams, Rich Wade, who's there with you at PCC as well. So, well, let's get started here. It looks like Todd's about ready to kick it off, and we'll see who can get in rhythm and gain a little bit of ascendancy here at the start.
Right. Yeah, just to start the game, they'll just be sort of trying to hit the targets, get used to the pace of the game, and sort of settle any nerves that might be lingering.
Get a beautiful shot there, looking back at the Specter center.
I'm actually using that dent. My kids are sat in the top left, and I'm just checking they're behaving themselves.
Okay, it seemed like there was no chaos going on.
It looked quiet up there, so good.
We'll cut to that once in a while and just see if there's any shenanigans going on. Yep.
And typical to see these little exchanges, two right hands down the left-hand wall, just not trying to do too much, just glue the ball tight, wait for the loose opportunity which we have there, and then look to build attacks from there. Very common to see, like at the start of games, bigger points, it tends to ease back into that sort of pattern.
I think especially on, even though these two are both pretty accustomed to playing on a glass court, one of our commentators last night was mentioning that every glass court is different, so it's especially important early on to settle in, even just visually, making sure that you're seeing the ball properly and finding a good rhythm on the glass, because it's a different beast than playing on a normal court as far as how you track the ball.
Yeah, and on the glass court, like if you do leave the ball loose, like the glass really takes you can really take the ball in short. So if you miss your target in the back by a fraction, you can be really punished. So just don't want to leave yourself open to any too much hard work at the start of the match. Now is it one ref or three refs?
One ref.
One ref.
Yep. And that one ref, it looks like, has given a let there, which I think is a good call. Wants to make sure that people are playing through and playing early on.
Right. A little bit like we were saying, like the players, the referee as well. Like they want to sort of set their standards for the rest of the match, like by making the right calls early on, and just let the players know that they what they expect from them.
Nice little running away cross court there from Todd. One of Todd's strengths you kind of see there is he can accelerate really beautifully on balls across the middle, take them early and apply his pressure that way. He tends to apply pressure with his movement more than he does, with some amazing flashy shot making or one way or another. And as this settles in, you'll see Todd trying to take the ball early, just pushing that straight drop or hold the ball and push the straight drive by. Like You'll see that a lot more than the kind of flashy shot making that some players would like to take advantage of.
Right, and you can almost see Chris as well aware of that. He's sort of using lots of height, trying to make sure that he's not leaving anything in and around the middle, making sure he's getting that back all the way back and just delaying Todd being able to get on the ball. He's obviously aware that he doesn't want him taking, like you say, getting on the ball early and looking to take advantage across the middle. It's good length.
A pretty positive start from both players here. A nice tight ball from Chris. I'm sorry, from Todd there. Chris Chris was in the booth with me yesterday talking about everything he does to prepare for matches and recover and get through that. There's no one, I think, who thinks more about the latest drink, the latest, compression technology. Right. He had multiple layers of socks that were coming off while we were up here in the booth. It's Chris is a super fun guy to be around. You get him talking about kind of the science surrounding all of this, and he won't stop. But I think that shows, and that years ago, being in your mid-30s, that was kind of past the time when most pros would be able to sustain play. But he's been super detailed about the way he takes care of himself, the way he manages his schedule and his workload, and it shows that he's able to still play at such a high level at 35 now. Right,
it's incredible. And you see it in lots of sports. They they take so much care of their rehab, prehab, and you see players, playing a lot longer and playing at a good level.
Yeah, you see it across the other racket sports. In tennis, at ages where this wouldn't happen for players like Serena or like Roger and Rafa, these players that are able to sustain careers much longer than they would have 20 or 30 years ago. I mean, I know in squash, can you talk about some of the ways some of the training has changed? From the time of some of the top pros, getting out there and just doing 400 repeats on the track and beating up their bodies versus some of the ways they're focusing now.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk a little bit about in England where the older generation, when I was growing up, everybody would talk about the summer training where you'd go out and do 1,000,000 400-meter runs, and although I think people still do that, it's certainly not the only thing they do. There's a lot more science behind it, tailored bike sessions, maybe some more squash specific. There's much more data about the game, like average rally length, average heart rate, average rally shot number, and so the trainings are just a lot smarter.
You certainly can't replace that hard work, but they are finding different ways to manage their load and just be more dynamic in the type of work they're doing.
Yeah. Exactly right. They know the movements, what the game really, what you really need for the game, and I think some of that, if you're training smarter, you get to play for longer, and I think that's one of the reasons why. Look, like you say, that hard work, I think it's really important that everyone does it, because it's mentally as much as anything. When you've taken yourself into those dark places, squash is brutally tough. And when you learn that you can take your body to those places, it's it gives you a massive amount of confidence. But
you can lean on it at 8-all in the fifth when your lungs are burning, and you put in that work and that you can handle it.
Right. But to only do that, obviously, to train a little bit smarter is. I mean, you see the results. Players are playing for longer.
Well, and I think once you've built a base to a certain extent, that's what you can lean on later in your career and work on particular areas of weakness or injury prevention or others once you've put in that base of work as a younger athlete as well. But I think what it's also done for squash, which has been really fun to see, is you get all these different there's no ideal body size, right, for a squash player. Or you're exactly you weigh this much or you're this height or one way or another. You can get players that are highly successful from, a Olivia Clyne to a Sarah Jane Perry to a Miguel Rodriguez to a James Willstrip. All these, there's not an ideal, but part of that comes down to just the different training and people adapting to their own body. Well, Todd's got a little surge here. Chris kept it close early, but Todd, has found a way to just, chip away and not get damaged too much by what Chris is doing. So.
And you see the first thing that sort of started happening is Chris probably playing more cross courts now, just because he's not quite a little bit later getting into position, not in a position to really hit the ball straight, so he's sort of relying on that cross court, and Todd knows that, so he's able to then get on the ball really. Here he goes a bit better, just straightening up a little bit, but Todd's able to exploit that space cleverly. But yeah, the first thing that goes when your movement goes a little bit is you lose options, and your opponent, it just makes it that much easier for your opponent to see what's coming, and they're almost on it before you've even played it because you're telegraphing it.
Right. Here's a classic call where both players are incredulous about whatever call might come. So someone's got to be right. But looks like they gave Chris a stroke there, which I think is the right call.
I think that's the right
call. Balls loose and didn't quite have enough room to swing. But we were mentioning yesterday that show of emotion from Todd there is about as emotional as Todd will get on court, and he'll move on to the next point. You're not going to see any large explosions from Todd out there.
Right. Are they giving a let there or a stroke? I think it's stroke.
What do you like to see from your players? When you're down 5 game balls here and in a situation where he may not be able to come out of this game, what does he need to be focused on in order just to make sure that he's ready going into the second?
Right, I think in game 1 it's maybe a little bit different. Look, I think I'm a big believer that you can. Every rally's an opportunity, so like even though he's game ball down, he can sort of use this to sort of maybe reset and think, right, this is how I want to play. Maybe just go back to what his basic game plan was and just try and practice playing rallies like that for a few rallies, just to maybe remind himself ready for the next game. You do see sometimes, like later on, if it's not the first game, people might deliberately take a rest, save a bit of energy.
Mm-hmm.
And then something that I loved, I heard very early on in my playing career actually, was the last point, make it the hardest for your opponent to win. And I really like that. I get that sometimes you might need a rest, but it's just mentally a good place to get into when you're practicing in matches. Just always make the last point the hardest to win.
I also found, for me and players when I was coaching, like I never liked the mentality either of kind of not going out of a game in a positive way. Having them say, "Oh, that was a nice easy end to the game for me," or for you, not having a kind of positive image of your head of how you're playing for the last couple of points. Like I always wanted my players to just find if you can take some work out of your opponent's legs, as you said, unless you're in real distress.
Right, unless it's and it happens very rarely. I would agree. And like, look, there's always if you game ball down, you're not doing something very well, or there's something you can do better. So like use the last few rallies, or to try and put that right, so you're in a better space for the next game.
And occasionally you end up putting a little pressure on your opponent. Suddenly you click off a couple, and now you're back to 8-10, and they start thinking a little bit, and you can give yourself a chance.
Right.
So Todd Harrity, our number 2 seed, taking the first game there against Chris Gordon. He's up 1 game to love in the semifinals of the 2022 U.S. Championships here. Again, I am Dent Wilkins from U.S. Squash, here with Graham Williams, our guest commentator for this match, currently the head squash professional at the Philadelphia Cricket Club. And we will just going to take a quick 15-second break, and we will be right back with you in a second. All right, we're back here for game number 2 in the semifinals. Todd Harrity taking the first and up 1-love against number 3 seed Chris Gordon. This will be an important start for Chris here. After you've lost that first, still feels early in the match, but mentally, if you suddenly find yourself in a big hole in the second, it's quite a lot to climb out of. So he's going to have to come out in a really positive way here.
Right, the start of this game, like for Chris especially, is big. He wants to come out here, and I thought he started the first really well. Just the mid part, Todd got away from him a little bit, maybe lost his accuracy a little bit, and Todd was able to move the ball around and move Chris around, getting him some uncomfortable positions, and sort of then run away with the game. I'd like to see Chris. There's an opportunity there. Maybe find some opportunities to at least attack Todd a little bit, maybe up into the front, not necessarily, there you go, not just drops, but, those middle fades, lower risk shots, shot that I, like to see players playing, like attacking in the middle areas, like the kills, the fades. It's a little bit less risky than, throwing the drop in, especially the early part of the game, and especially from sort of the back, mid, three-quarter area of the court.
Can you talk about the fade a little bit, and both what it is, but also how players can use it to kind of break with rhythm and create opportunities?
Right, yeah. So basically, a fade, for me, it's usually second bounce around about the short line, straight or cross. The key thing is that it doesn't hit the side wall. It's tough because, well, one, it works in real good partnership with your deep game, and you're playing the length exchanges, and from a very similar setup, you can just like sort of shorten the follow through, just work underneath the ball a little bit, and just leave the ball in an awkward area for your opponent. Unlike using the front of the court, where if you're using the front, your opponent, particularly if they're quick or a good mover like Todd, they can use the movement to get up there early, and then you can find yourself under pressure because they've got on it so early. Whereas by using the fades, it takes the movement away. They can't use the speed to get up there. They tend to be lunging, so it's a slower movement, and you're a lot closer to them to then maybe look on to get on the next ball.
It's also, I think, a really tough ball to straighten out properly,
right.
So you can either create opportunities where your opponent may play themselves into a stroke if they hit it back themselves trying to straighten it out, or forcing them into a cross court that you can then jump on early and create more pressure off.
Right, and I think, really importantly is it just adds another dimension to these length exchanges. Like at the minute, like Chris is just sort of hitting the ball. I mean, he's changing his length in the back with the height and there, but Todd sort of knows what's coming. He's not on the tee with any real worry.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he could have taken that in a little bit quicker. I think he tried to leave it short. If he'd have just got on that and taken it quick into the middle, it just sort of gives Todd something else to think about, maybe not as comfortable when he's on the tee, and it sort of adds some more threats to the length exchanges.
That's a nicer ball there. Chris, took the ball early, but played it at the right pace where Todd didn't have a chance to take it off the back wall, so kind of using the way that he steps across the midcourt there.
Right.
I kept waiting for them to demo a fade, and they didn't do it in that rally. We were ready to. They need to be more responsive to the commentators instead of just thinking about themselves out there.
They don't have earpieces.
Nice ball from Todd. You see him just do a little bit extra work to get around that ball to straighten it out. It's easy to go up there and just kind of pound across court, but he created the pressure there by just that slight extra body movement.
Just a little bit more work, but the rewards for that little bit of extra work are huge. Again, just a little bit slow maybe.
Todd looking a little bit more willing in the second game here to take it into. You see him using the boast a little more. Chris is going to have to find a way to do some damage off those and create pressure.
Right. Yeah, the boast is another good one. It's a bit like the fade in the sense that you're not trying to leave the ball super short, but you're trying to fade it, second bounce into the side wall. You're almost wanting your opponent to get it back, but it's putting real stress on the movement, and like you're able to sort of, it's the next one. It's then getting on the next one and exploiting that space that you've left behind. It's all about trying to find patterns that you can use to hurt your opponent and just not let them feel comfortable and settled on the tee.
I think squash is fun in that a lot of these tools and tactics and thoughts that are better pressure here from.
Right.
Oh, a little over the head. It's a tough point. You can see Chris playing with some urgency here. Already down 4-2 in the second. Doesn't want to find himself more than there, but Todd kept steady and went. So
yeah, he saw Todd defended well. Then Chris sort of had him. A couple of tough moves, but Todd just showed his powers of defense. Sometimes not even trying to do too much, just delay the next shot being hit, just to allow yourself to recover a little bit. I think that, the pattern we're seeing here is these longer rallies. Todd's sort of coming out on top of. Chris really needs to find a way of getting into some positions and attacking a little bit more. He can't just wait for for Todd to make a mistake or gift him something, because these longer rallies are suiting him. Chris needs to, that's better, try and make some things happen, get into those areas and be super aggressive without being kamikaze. It's just always finding that balancing act.
It's great retrieving from Todd, but that's the type of rally that Chris is going to have to play, just like continuing to tighten the screw throughout, because Todd defends quite well. We've seen him hit a couple really nice lobs that have turned defense into offense here, so Chris kind of can't let up once he gets his foot on the gas in a rally.
Yeah, you got to try and find a way to sort of disrupt his movement and then just accept he's going to get balls back, but just try and, like you say, keep the pressure on, keep turning the screw, and eventually the pressure will tell. And then you start, putting a bit of work into your opponent's legs, and when players start getting tired, things change. Then the court opens up a little bit. Maybe the regular drop, the real short game, then sort of becomes a little bit more apparent.
I think what's fun to watch here, and what other people could take away, is squash is unique in that you can learn so much from the way that the pros play it that can actually be applied to normal players. We hope Todd's okay there. Just caught legs on the way through.
Yeah.
That can be...
I'd like to say, I think this is no let, but we lost it with the camera. It was a good little straight drop from Chris.
Even though a standard adult league player or a junior who's just learning the game and coming up may not be able to kind of have the retrieval skills or obviously the amazing movement and shot making of some of the pros, the tactics can actually mirror, and they can learn the appropriate shot making and choices by watching these top players.
Right, I think we, like other mainstream sports, I think growing up as a kid, I was a big soccer fan, and you watch so much soccer, and I never had any coaching, but I just sort of copy what I saw on the TV.
Mm-hmm.
Squash is not as much of it about. Obviously there's PSA Squash TV and these streams that there's more and more of it, but we've been doing a camp this week, and for 10 minutes at the start, the players have to watch. They've selected a player and they've got to go on YouTube and find 10 minutes, watch their player, and then we just start with like a mimicking exercise where they try and play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing, like, to see some of the things, like, we're not coaching them really, they're just coming up with these characteristics or these behaviors that they've noticed, and then they go out and practice them. It's pretty powerful.
I mentioned your perspective as a coach. It seems like junior players in the U.S. now are much more tuned into the pro game and watching a lot more of the pros, and they are fluent in kind of different styles of what the pros bring to the game. Are you noticing that?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's like a double-edged sword. I think a lot. Well, I don't know. I might be wrong, but my sense is, like with anything, they see and remember a lot of the highlights. So they see all these like unbelievable dives and unbelievable like shot making. I like to sort of like encourage people to watch, okay, what happens at 10-all in the fifth? What happens at love-all in the first? What style of squash are they playing then, to sort of earn the right to play all this unbelievable, entertaining stuff?
Right.
Because I think there's that famous match between Ramy and Shahjahan in the World Open. Like, two of them are at the time and still the most aggressive and attacking players that there ever been. But like at 10-all in the fifth, they're literally chipping up and down the backhand wall, using a straight fade and a cross fade.
Yep.
Taking very little risks, and I don't know that we do. It's the same. You remember like the outlandish dives and the unbelievable nicks, but the essence of squash hasn't really changed that much. And even the most attacking players respect that there's four walls, and if you can glue the ball tight on a wall, you limit what your opponent can do, force a loose ball, and then play some low risk squash.
And may open up those other shots. People are they watch Noro Sherbini dump it in the neck, but they didn't watch the 5 super high quality balls on the left wall that she's hit, in lead up to that, or that have set her up to win points in that way.
Exactly
right.
Exactly right.
I've been trying to dunk like Michael Jordan since I was a kid, and watching him, and it has yet to happen. So I think I just need to stick to like something steady.
Right. Well, as a kid playing soccer, all I did was practice overhead kicks and volleys, because
for all those moments that come up when you can hit the bicycle kick and go. Yeah.
I lost about 10 balls. The neighbours weren't happy. There we go. Just checking my kids are still there. I actually couldn't see them there.
We do have concessions running right now, so they may be putting a pretzel on your tab as we speak. Yeah.
Right. I thought it was free pretzels with the commentating.
I'm gonna have to check with management. We'll take a look. Yep.
Right.
This is a nice little surge back from Chris here. Of course, as soon as I say that, he loses the point. But you know, just to get back to even in the second game, really key. So we'll see that this is where your lung, you know, everything looks calm from up here, but this is when your legs and your lungs are really feeling it, and they've got to make the right choices in points, even not just to win them, but not to fall behind in points where you suddenly get in a little bit more oxygen dead and struggle at the end here.
Right, and this is, like you say, we've said it before, this is a big part of the game. Like Chris.
Wow, what a get by Todd.
Still going, like he's still got it.
Yeah, it's got to be a let, automatic let when you turn there.
It'll be frustrating because Chris probably felt like he'd won that rally a couple of times, and you know Todd's going to come out of it with a let, which is the right decision. But you know you sometimes feel after a rally like that a let is like almost like giving a stroke away. He would have wanted to win that point.
I mean, Todd hit that one back wall boast about from the midcourt in order just to get it back after Chris had a reaction volley that put him in trouble. So Todd will feel quite good to get out of that net neutral. This is hard.
This is hard.
It's well played by Todd. You can see he knows that was a big moment.
Yeah. Yeah, at this stage of the game, we talk a lot about it. Like a 2 point margin, 3 point margin is massive.
Yeah, not thinking in large scale, but thinking in like the difference between 8-7 and 9-6 is huge, right?
It's huge.
Can you find that
huge.
The way just to put the right shots together for 1 point, not thinking further than that.
Chris is working hard here again.
Yeah, Todd looks physically a little bit in a better spot. You see him moving on the ball early. He can feel Chris starting to lag just a little bit, and he's going to push and try and up the pace even more.
Right.
That's really nice length here. Yep.
Staying calm here, Todd. Like you say, he'll be aware that Chris is working hard. It's like a gladiator sport, so close to each other. The challenge here is not to try and do anything massively different. Like, you can sometimes feel that you want to try and shorten some of these rallies because Todd will be hurting himself, but he's just got to stay disciplined and keep putting the work in Chris's legs, not give him any chances because Chris will, if he gets a sniff here, he'll all of a sudden won't feel as tired.
It gets so much harder too, once you're, hurting towards the end of the game and heart rate's really high. Even little things that feel easy at the beginning, taking a lob high off the backhand or something, like hitting that volley that can really almost knock your lungs out in situations like this. So, being able to continue to turn the screws and know that your opponent is hurting as much as you and making them do that little bit of extra work throughout. And you can see Chris trying to get creative and change patterns there a little bit. Todd, I think, was going to be on that, though. So that's where you see the fatigue suddenly leading to that one choice, right?
Oh, he's clipped the tin. Another little towel for Chris. He knows how important this game is. Todd's joining him. They both probably know this is an important game.
See both players upping the pace here, right? Just that extra 10 miles an hour and a little bit quicker foot movement. They both, I love on the pro side watching the little surges, in and out of important points of the game and when both feel like the moment, right?
Yeah, it's like the, the long distance runners where they suddenly kick for a lap or a lap and a half.
Yeah, good pressure there by Todd. Chris Gordon brought it back, got a little bit close, but Todd showing his mettle as the higher seed. Getting through now up 2-love in the first semifinal of the night. As I said, we've got 3 great matches coming up, and during this little break here, I'd love to get your thoughts on the one coming up after this. So, player that you frequently work with, Olivia Fiechter, taking on Sabrina Sobhy. These two have been neck and neck for years, very much in a similar age range. I know that Sabrina recently got a good win over Olivia at the World Championships, which is a great performance for Sabrina. And yeah, it's really a pick'em between between the two. I'm looking forward to it, and interested in your thoughts on that match and what to expect.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, we talk about particularly on the female side, the strength in US squash. Like, amazing to have a match like that as a semi-final. Like you say, Sabrina beat Olivia. I mean, the last 2 times, one at the Worlds, and then was it Washington maybe?
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me.
The
but
last
sounds
2
right.
times, Sabrina's won, and look, at this level, like, confidence is massive. So, you know, Sabrina will be feeling good going into it. She's beat her the last twice. Olivia obviously has got some problems to solve from those last 2 games. She's like, I've worked with her she's really professional. Like, one of the good things about her is those losses, they hurt like hell, but she's able to reflect on them, be pretty honest with herself, and you know, come up with plans and use them as ways to sort of to get better. So it'll be exciting to see whether she's able to do that tonight. Look, Sabrina's a great player, very attacking, unbelievable mover, and you know, brings some unique problems and causes lots of problems to lots of players because of some of her strengths. So it's up to Olivia to sort of be wary of those and try and use her skill set, you know, to keep things in her favor.
We were talking about Sabrina last night with, you know, she brings such amazing foot speed. She's such a strong athlete out there. And when she gets in rhythm, I think she's one of those players that very few of the top pros would like to see in their draw. You know, if you're
right.
a top couple seed in these platinum events, you pick her up in an early round, like people know that it's often really going to be a battle, and they know how much skill and talent she brings to it.
Right.
So I'd love to hear, you know, from your perspective, Olivia's had best year of her career this year, a bunch of big wins, you know, including on this court, actually, an amazing win over Amanda in the U.S. Open back in October. But she's continued that form and proven that it wasn't just kind of a one-off thing, and had consistent good results throughout the season, and you know, finds herself in the world top 10 right now at number 10 in the world. So interested to get your insight on, you know, what's helped her really take that next step this year and kind of formally ensconce herself up in the top of the rankings.
Right. Yeah, I think. Look, unbelievable hard worker, unbelievably open. I mean, I would say those are 2 of her big skills. She has worked hard at her movement. Perhaps her movement was maybe holding her back a little bit, you know, a couple of years ago. Always been really good with the racket. But I think, yeah, by improving her movement, it sort of allowed her to play the game a little bit differently, maybe look to construct the points a little bit differently. You know, I'm sure she'd agree. There's still lots more to come from her. That's the exciting thing. She's made these little changes, little improvements, and fortunately for her, she's seeing them with some of these results. There's maybe a little bit of consistency at the very top level. You look at the girls inside the top 10 or maybe the top 5. The thing that stands out is just how consistent they are. I think one of the things you alluded to, like Sabrina, nobody would like to see her in the draw. I think Olivia enjoyed that for a period where she was playing matches where it was no lose, really. She was like, the other player was like, oh, I've got Olivia, and Olivia was like, right, I'm going to take it to you. And that's flipped a little bit where she's now got a target on the back of her head. Players are now sort of like chasing her, so it's, you know, it's a different challenge, and you know, really tests that consistency and just continuing to evolve. You know, like, you can't stand still for a minute because, you know, everybody's getting better, and you've got to make sure that you're sort of staying ahead of that curve and evolving your game and involving your practice and your skills.
Yeah, now as, you know, a top 10 player, she's coming in with seedings into these platinum level events that are up the top, but the depth there's so much depth right now that it means in those round of 16 matches, round of 32 matches, you can't sleep on them at all.
Right.
You've got a bunch of surging players that bring a lot of different skills and can do damage. So it does just take time to build that consistency and confidence that belong there. And I think from the U.S. side, we've been so excited to see Olivia embrace that this year, and believe consistently, like, no, I belong where I am, and I've earned this ranking, and I'm gonna defend it and continue to make it grow. And you mentioned she's always had great racket work. I have really fond memories of seeing her as like a 10-year-old, and being out there at a squash camp or something, and she's lob dropping some like 17-year-old into oblivion, right? And ripping them up. So she's always been just a really smart, high quality player on court, and seems to enjoy the beauty of the game to a certain extent, and how to play it in all its different iterations. So that physical piece of her that has now come into place this year with all the hard work she's putting in has allowed her to use all those skills, but not just have to hang on, really use it to her benefit.
Right, and sort of have a different way of playing as well. Look, the skills are great, but we said it earlier, if you're playing somebody who's putting the ball in certain areas that you can't do that, you've got to be patient, and you've got to have the movement to get in a position to be able to not even defend, but just sort of build a bit of pressure yourself, and against the better players, it's harder to force these openings. So her movement helps to do that, and then obviously the physical component means she can do it for longer, hopefully do it a bit quicker, and let that get into positions to sort of let her racket do the work.
Well, I think everyone's really looking forward to that match. It should be a ton of fun. Encourage everyone that's watching now to make sure you stick around for that 6 o'clock between Olivia Fiechter and Sabrina Sobhy. It promises to be a really fun one. But here you can see the effects of that really tough end of the second game, where Chris was having to put in a ton of work, and just the mental letdown of not seeing that pay off by evening up at 1-all. And Todd, on the flip side, has recognized the opportunity here, and he's really turning the screws to see if he can get out of here in 3.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see Todd's forcing Chris to get into that extended position more than he'd probably like to, and then just a little bit slower getting off the ball as a result of all those extended positions. But look, fair credit to Chris, like we said it earlier, and this is where it's so good for the younger players to see this. Like, he's not going down without a fight. There's no rolling over. He's sort of fighting all the way to the end.
Yeah, Chris will enjoy this, and Chris, with all of his hard work, and obviously they're both very serious out there, but Chris really loves squash. The guy is passionate about it. He's passionate about finding the next way to get a little edge, as we talked earlier. The next recovery tool, or the right approach to something mentally. He's also people should know, if you're ever rolling through Queens and you need good food recommendations, Chris Gordon's the guy. He knows you go through some back closet, then turn 3 keys to the left 3/4 of the way, and then it will open up and some perfect dumpling will be waiting for you. So I encourage the U.S. squash audience to leverage Chris's many skills just off the squash court as well.
Yeah, he's an interesting guy. I first met him in Harrogate at the Squash House. He would have been really young. I was still playing sort of like Yorkshire League at the time, and
well, he was pretty revolutionary in coming over, like not going to college, but turning pro right out of high school, and going over to train in England, trained with David Pearson, I believe, for
David
a long
DP,
time.
And they had this famous squash house where, at the time himself, Jenny Duncalf, Ali Walker, there was a few and other people like that. If that house had walls, some of the stories that went on in there would be, they'd probably demolish the house.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got a big set of match balls here for Todd Harrity, looking to book his way into the final here at the championship. Todd, as we said at the beginning, has won this event 3 times, made to the finals several other times as well. So he knows the opportunity there. Is the ball out? See the respect between these two. Great level of sportsmanship. That's a really strong performance with Todd. You see him fired up about getting through there in 3. A tough first 2 games, but then really ascendant in the third. So we'll give our congrats to Todd. We're going to go off the air just for about 30 seconds here, but I would like to, Graham, we're going to switch out, bring in a new guest commentator, but thanks so much for your expertise, and hope you enjoy watching Olivia and Sabrina out there, and yeah, thanks for joining us.
Great, yeah, it's been a pleasure. Congrats to Todd.
Perfect, thanks, Graham. All right, we are back here at the 2022 U.S. Championships. We just watched the first semifinal in the SL Green men's draw. Todd Harrity, our number 2 seed, coming through over the number 3 seed, Chris Gordon. And really excellent performance for Todd to place himself in the semi in his pursuit of a 4th U.S. title. We've got about 15 minutes here, and we'll be coming up of our first women's semifinal of the night, which we were just talking about, between Olivia Fiechter and Sabrina Sobhy. Should be a really fun one to watch, and we hope everyone sticks around. In the meantime, I'd like to welcome my special guest, Abby Wingard, who's here as the, I believe, assistant director of the College Squash Association. So, Abby, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We wanted to have you come in. There's so much great, amazing stuff happening in college squash right now. We certainly have a lot of reps from college squash who have been playing in this tournament, and then a lot of former college squash stars who are in the semifinals tonight. So it feels like a real kind of exciting time with everything that's going on in college. Just the level of play is amazing across the board.
Yeah, it's great to see people continue their play after college as well, especially coming up with the women's match right here, where it's exciting for me to see as well, and see Amanda Sobhy later on as well. I know that, and Olivia. It's just exciting to see them both.
Perfect. You played at Dickinson College and are now it's awesome to still have you in the game and now supporting the college game instead of being a player in it. So what are some of the exciting things happening around for the College Squash Association right now? And we're in the off season, but obviously nice to be back with actually a full season of college squash this past year after COVID very much got in the way over the year before.
Yeah, no, we were definitely excited coming off post-COVID, and being able to have the championships this year here at the Specter Center was great. I actually joined CSA right around that time, so getting to jump right into it and be at the new center and see it packed full of people was just a really exciting time. And we're in the off season now, but we have kind of a long list of things that we're excited to tackle. David and I are kind of working on just, with COVID and having the off time, just a couple things that we want to tackle now that we weren't able to kind of get done before. And David's been kind of out there by himself getting all of this working. I mean, I don't know how he does it all, but I'm excited to kind of join him now and get working on, specifically my role, and for me tackling some of the marketing and communications things and getting CSA out there through our social media and getting kind of more people involved in the engagement up from our players, coaches, and community within college squash.
It's a fun thing to be involved with in the marketing when it comes to college squash, because there's many people who are listening, I'm sure, have experienced this, but for those that haven't, there's almost no better atmosphere in squash than a big college squash match. You've got all the players' friends are down there. You've got their support of their school. You've got the kind of the noise and support from the teammates. And then just the level of play is obviously amazing across the board. So that's got to be fun to, have something to promote that is actually just an amazing product, and these amazing student athletes that represent the game.
Definitely. Being in the team aspect of squash is definitely something special. I think having that team camaraderie and just that team spirit, you really see it come through at the matches. And even this past championship, like I said, having that year off and getting the crowds and the school, fans out there and supporting the sport is unique in itself, and it's something that really excites me specifically about college squash. I think, like I said, it's something different when you're playing for a team rather than individual in such a individual sport.
I think for us at US Squash, we've been really excited. The College Squash Association has really professionalized over the years, and they were run extremely ably by really a coaches committee for the entire existence of the organization that have sustained set policy and moved the college game forward for years. And the association is built off that momentum by, you mentioned David Pullman is the executive director and lead commissioner of the CSA, who's been the first really full-time employee that the organization's ever had, restructured now with a great and strong independent board of advisors, and still led at the heart of it by the coaches, by the teams, by the players. So it's been really exciting for us to see all the support that the CSA is lending to the game, and we've been super excited to to work with you on it and continue to see it grow. So there's also been growth, on the varsity side with new varsity teams coming on recently. I believe the Georgetown women have just gotten going this year, or are they planned coming up?
This year, I believe. Yep, they just started their varsity program. So
Which is exciting to see another kind of big D1 school get in, and schools that more recently joined have reached the top of the rankings pretty quickly. We're obviously here on Drexel University's campus at the Specter Center. They started their varsity program 10 years ago, and now are perennial contenders on both the men's and women's side. But UVA, that started much more recently, a varsity team. I believe both of their women's and men's teams were potentially in the top 10 this year in the rankings or around that. So it's just been really fun to see these schools that didn't have varsity programs traditionally, but who have now started them and are starting to see quick and great success. And it just gives student athletes more options and opportunities to think about where they would want to play squash in college and what they want that experience to be.
definitely, there's a ton of opportunities out there, whether it's club or varsity. There's kind of a space for everyone, and that's kind of what's unique about squash, is that you can kind of find your spot, find your team when you're speaking to the college level and finding your space. And there's great, courts out there and facilities to support that, both at club and varsity levels.
Yeah, and I think the kind of growth and just size, there are more club college squash players than there are varsity college squash players just in these club programs around the country, in schools that have either recently built courts or schools that have had courts for decades. So that's a really fun way that a lot of players are staying engaged in the game as juniors, or who are learning the game in college, getting pulled into it. And then I think some of our most passionate adult players are those who picked up the game in college for the first time, or have learned as part of their local college program.
Yeah, and I think specifically for me, when I joined, I played as a junior. I grew up in Philadelphia, so I played over at the Berwyn Squash and Fitness Center, but I never really kind of dove into the tournament side of things. And when I played at Dickinson. When I got to Dickinson, it was a new team, so it was really exciting, and you see that a lot now. We have these new and up-and-coming teams, and like I said, there's a space for everyone, so I was able to kind of walk on, and I didn't necessarily go through the recruiting process in a traditional sense, but when I got there, I was able to kind of make my way up and start climbing up the ladder, and getting a sense of what college squash is all about is just really exciting. And that's kind of what I love about it, is that you can pick it up at any point. You can pick it up in college, you can play from when you were young, and there's a spot for you, and definitely within the college squash space.
That's what's fun is, as you say, just such the differentiation between all these different teams and levels, and that everyone can have what to me is by far the most meaningful piece of it, which is that team experience. My fondest memories are from the 15-passenger van, stuck in traffic, but just being with your teammates and traveling with them and spending time in those relationships. And for people coming into college, a freshman who instantly has the support network around him or her that can help usher their way through college and build those relationships. So no matter what level you are, whether you are Ali Farag or Amanda Sobhy, or whether you're someone who was a tennis player and was asked, like, hey, join our club squash team and play this winter, and go around, that you can still kind of experience that.
Yeah, we definitely want people to know, there's always a space for you. You don't have to be the Amandas or the Olivias. While that's some of the best squash that you're going to see, we can find a space for you as well. And there's like we said, the clubs versus varsity, and kind of all throughout.
I mean, we're seeing here a bunch of players who were college squash stars, a bunch of first-team All-Americans, inclusive of Todd Harrity was just playing, Olivia Fiechter, Timmy Brownell, Sabrina Sobhy, Amanda Sobhy. These were all real college squash stars. In the case of Amanda, never lost a match in college, which is also impressive. But at the U.S. Open this year, held here at the Specter Center, in the round of 32, so top 32 men in the world, top 32 women in the world, we mentioned this last night. I believe 13 out of those 64 were either current or past U.S. college squash players, and those are the best players in the world. So what used to be thought of as you're kind of making a choice between you either go play college squash or you decide to play professional squash, it's been proven now that this is not an either-or decision. You've got Ali Farag, debated the best men's player in the world, played #1 at Harvard throughout his time. Amanda, our top U.S. player, number 4 in the world, again, also at Harvard. So it's been really fun to see just the level of squash and development. And we come to the individual championship, the CSA individuals, every year, and it's better than a lot of professional tournaments by level. It's absolutely amazing squash right now.
It's definitely great squash to watch. I mean, we haven't seen anything quite like it. Like, I was here this winter watching the individuals, and just in all of the play and the clean squash that you see, it's just great to see kind of where squash is going in whole. You said you can play both college and pro, and you don't have to make a choice. I think that when you get to play college, it's kind of a privilege that you get to be a part of a team and experience it through a different lens.
Perfect. Well, Abby, we're going to get started soon with the next match. Just wanted to thank you for stopping by and giving us a little insight on what's going on with the CSA and college squash. And yeah, we can't wait to keep working with you and David and the CSA and watch another amazing season of college squash. So as we let you go, in about 20 seconds, we're going to welcome in another special guest who's actually a current college squash star, and Marina Stefanoni. So we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with you here at the 2022 U.S. Championships at the Specter Center in Philadelphia. All right, we are back here. Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash at the 2022 U.S. Championships. I'm joined by a really fun special guest here, Marina Stefanoni, currently going to be entering her junior year at Harvard and one of the burgeoning up-and-coming stars for Team USA. So, Marina, welcome.
Hi, it's nice to be here. This is the first time I've ever commentated or spoken on one of these things. So.
Well, normally you're out there like on court playing the matches, so we normally don't get the opportunity to have you. So you had a great match last night. We had a lot of fun commentating and watching against someone who's been kind of one of the legends of Team USA, and Olivia Clyne, who we're going to see later tonight. So can you just talk a little bit about that match and your feelings kind of coming out of that quarterfinal?
Yeah, so since I was a junior, I'd watched Olivia Clyne now play so often, and she was always so good. So I've only played her in the U.S. Women's Nationals. I think I've played her 3 times now, so this was the 3rd time. Definitely lost every time, but this match I felt like I was playing well, hitting my shots. I won the first game, and then she came back and tidied up a little bit, so I think she figured it out. But it was a really fun match. She's such a great sport, such a clean match. But I was happy with it, and more to come. So just hopefully trying to reach the next level, and she's definitely the next level.
I think she's been such a great ambassador for the sport all the way through. Just one of the most passionate people about squash that you'll meet. And listening to her talk, one of her biggest excitements is seeing kind of that next generation come up and continue to embrace the future of U.S. squash on the professional side and U.S. women's squash. And even, as a junior and in college, you've had the opportunity to be out there on the pro tour playing a good set of events and having good early results. So, you could see the difference with Olivia when she would play you in this event as a 16-year-old or something like that. It was kind of it was nice, right? It's like, great, you're getting that experience, you're like growing, but now it's a very different beast because, as you said, like it was a tight match last night. She knows that she has to lock in order to find a way to beat you. So I think you probably get a sense of like how that experience of playing these type of events for years is now paying off, and in the fact that this is not new to you. This is not a new experience to play at this level.
Yeah, the years of just playing upper level players has definitely helped. It's good because when I was 16 playing some of these players, there's just such a big gap just in shot execution, where you're placing the ball and everything. So now I feel like I'm in it, but still a step down, but one step closer, I think. So it's exciting.
Perfect. So we're about to see the intros happen here between Sabrina and Olivia. This is one of the matches we've really been looking forward to. These are two players who, are at the top of their game right now and still kind of surging in the early part of their career. So I hope you're able to stick around with us a little bit, give us some of your insight into their play. But, for you, what are you currently working on as kind of the next step in your play? What are some of the key things that you're focused on in order to keep improving into this next year?
I think mainly I'm focusing on just trying to have tighter length and just have the base that most of the top pros have, because that just sets up the rest of the game. I improved a lot this past season. I hit a lot with Todd, who was the number 1 on the Harvard team. I played number 2, so we'd train together every day, and her length is crazy, so good. So that helped me a lot. I think that's a big next step in my game as well.
I mean, it's really nice to be able to play in a college squash team. We were just talking with someone from the college squash association before this, but not have that be where you're instantly a dominant number 1 and no one else can push you. You've got pro level competition like every day at practice. Obviously, there's a great coaching staff at Harvard. So despite also having all these academic obligations and everything, it means that at your regular team practice, you can get such a high level of training and competition.
Exactly, yeah. One of the main reasons I wanted to graduate early was because of Hana Moataz and also Amina Yusri, who was playing 3 on our team this year, because I knew that they'd just be such great training partners. Obviously, I lost a year, my freshman year, out to COVID, but I'm really glad that I ended up graduating early so I could have 1 year of training with the 2 top Egyptians. It was great.
Yeah.
It was a valuable experience.
It's good. Do you have in some of the pro events that you've gotten a chance to play so far, do you have any kind of favorite experiences and favorite memories so far? You're just at the beginning of your career at this point, but interested in what some of your favorite competitive environments are.
Yeah, I would say definitely playing the U.S. Open here this past year, where I got my first platinum win. I felt very focused and I was playing well. It was a good match. So that was exciting just because everybody was there. Some people were cheering for me, some not. But overall, I felt like it was home soil. It was a very cool experience. So
I think all of us in the U.S. are pulling for you. So
hopefully, yeah.
You'll always have home court advantage when you play at the Specter Center. So it's for you the difference between we were talking about college squash being at such a high level. What do you see as the differences when you're out there in these pro matches? Like, what are some of the things that set some of these top pros apart from maybe some of the top college players right now?
One thing definitely is just fitness level. All of the pros are fit. You're never gonna catch somebody super winded. Whereas in college, you could probably win a couple matches here and there with just some long rallies. So, I mean, in juniors as well, that's what I would just run around and tire everyone out.
Right.
So it's different in the pros because you actually have to think.
Yeah. Well, we enjoyed watching you in juniors, as a 13-year-old, like tiring out the 17-year-olds, out there in the under-19s. I have a fond memory of, I think you had come, it was before the first World Junior Championship team that you played on for Team USA. And I think you'll know better than me. You were either 13 or 14, I think, when you first represented us at Junior Women's Worlds. Is that right?
Yeah, I was 13.
And so, yeah, it would have been that summer, and I had to drive a van with a couple of the boys who were on the junior team, and they had just done a bunch of fitness testing, and you were there as well with the Junior Women's team competing. And I asked them just in general, I was like, oh, how did it go? And, one of the boys was like, oh, it was pretty good. I felt strong and hit some good numbers, and like Marina totally destroyed me in like a bunch of the testing, and you could see this 18-year-old boy being somewhat concerned that this 13-year-old athlete was out testing him physically. So I that always stuck with me, and I very much enjoyed the fact that he was a little bit thrown by the 13-year-old out there showing him up.
Yeah, not to call anyone out, but I think I remember doing the testing with a Timmy Brownell, if anyone knows him.
We're going to see him tonight, yeah.
Yeah, so I remember that. It was at a squad in Boston, I believe, and we did the beep test, and I got a pretty good score back in the day, so that was a fun time.
Yeah, I love it. Well, we'll be nice to Timmy when he's out on court today. We won't bring it up too much and go. He's done a lot of physical work this year, so maybe his beep test scores are
I think it's better now,
improving.
yeah.
Okay, that's good. So I'd love to hear your thoughts a little bit of this match coming up. These two, similar age. They've played each other a ton. Sabrina Sobhy, 25 years old. Olivia Fiechter, 26. Grew up in juniors, knowing each other. Competed in college during the same time. Sabrina for Harvard. So I know you've got a little Harvard pull on your side, but and then Olivia Fiechter at Princeton. So interested in thoughts you have going into this one.
Yeah, so Sabrina, I watched her all through my juniors, and she was always the fastest player on court. Honestly, I think like the most natural talent. She was just beautiful to watch. So I always wanted to play like her, and still now, like on the pro tour, she's doing great, getting some solid wins. And Olivia I know she struggled with some injury in college, but straight out of college, once she recovered, she just shot up the rankings, and she's so disciplined in her game and in her training. So it all shows. I think isn't she 10 in the world now?
Yes, she's number 10.
Number 10, yes.
Sabrina number 22. We were saying before, Sabrina captured their last couple meetings, including at the World Championships recently. A great win for Sabrina. So Olivia will want to come out mentally solid here and prepared to try and break that. And Sabrina will want to repeat it, obviously. So Sabrina was the surprise champion really in 2014 when she was quite young. I believe she was only she was definitely only a teenager, but I think she was either 16 or 17 years old when she won it. And seeing that was super exciting and just showed her potential where she could go, and she's obviously continued to only improve and is now one of the top players on the world tour. So it'll be an interesting dynamic with the two of them. We've got similar colored outfits here, so we have to identify by rackets. So Olivia's hitting the ball here with the green strings, and Sabrina with the red racket playing. So again, just for those of you that are just joining us, Dent Wilkins here from U.S. Squash with the match commentary, joined by special guest Marina Stefanoni, currently a star at Harvard University and a longtime member of Team USA. So we'll get started here as the first women's semifinal of the night starts out between world number 22 Sabrina Sobhy, who is currently our 3 seed, and the number 2 seed, world number 10, Olivia Fiechter. So Marina, when you start a match, in a big match against someone you're close with in level, and it's likely to be a battle, what's your mentality going into the first couple rallies? What do you want to establish at the beginning of a match generally?
Definitely want to establish some good length. As you can see here, both Sabrina and Olivia are doing that, trying to just give nothing away in the first few rallies. No silly mistakes, nothing through the middle. Just penetrating the back corners is definitely gets a nice strong start, because it shows your opponent that you're not going to give anything away, and you can start to move up the court, look for any loose balls. So that's what I would try to do.
It was fun watching, we had a series of junior players. We actually had 2 16-year-olds make the quarterfinals as well, who we got a chance to watch yesterday. And you could see that kind of experience differential, and I think you would have experienced that, when you were a teenager first playing this. But as you said, just the consistency of what they bring, kind of the organization of the pro game, where they're not looking to give anything, right? They're not looking to give an inch early on. They're looking to establish and not try and get cheap points or one or another. They're just really feeling each other out, feeling the court out, and getting started here.
Yeah, the evolution of my game, just playing the women's nationals, I always ended up facing Olivia Clyne. So the first time I played her, I remember distinctly feeling like I couldn't do anything.
Right.
I'd hit it on the backhand side, and it would just be too loose, and she'd volley drop, and I couldn't get there. And then, so that just happened the entire match. And then the second time I played her, which was, I think, 3 years ago maybe, at Squash on Fire for the women's nationals, I stepped up more. I tried to be in the match. I took it to her. I volleyed more and put the ball in short, but kept good length. And I remember her saying that she thought I played very well, and I was proud of that
That's
she
great.
said that. So, and then yesterday, obviously, it was an even better match. Just I was hitting my targets more. I'm tighter. Obviously, I'm older, but there's just through the experience, you realize like you can't just go short and throw the ball in the front at the pro level. So that was the evolution of my game.
Well, I think
clearly shown.
Yeah, I think for you as well, you one of the most dominant junior players in U.S. squash history, and won, I believe, 4 under-19 junior national titles. Could have potentially had the opportunity for more with COVID getting in the way and a couple others, but I think it's easy sometimes when you're in that position in juniors, you can get away with a little bit more. You're dominant, and then stepping out on the pro side, that dynamic changes. So, we heard a couple people talking yesterday about how important it is for the juniors to, even if they may be a little outclassed at the beginning, to get that experience, get out here, play pro events, play adults, play adult leagues, do all of that. I think it adds a lot to just the experience and the knowledge of the game.
Definitely. The junior game compared to the pro game is so different. Like throughout my entire junior career, honestly, I would just throw in a boast, throw in the drops, just move people to the front because I felt like I was fast enough to cover whatever came back next.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't a very tidy player. I don't think anybody would have called me tidy, but I definitely had a lot of fun. And I remember just like definitely through the ages of 12 through 16, I loved just running around the court mindlessly, honestly. So
it's going for a little jog out there and see what comes.
Yeah, like the beep test. I would just run. I would just go forever. So
nice. maybe those poor tactics were they helped build your fitness. It's just you get a little extra mileage out there on court.
Yeah, definitely wear people down, but it's good to have a bit of discipline now. That's what we're working on.
You started to get into it at the beginning of the match here. Some of the things that you find impressive about each of their games. I think we talked yesterday about Sabrina's foot speed and how she pieces it together. But I think as she's improved, she similar to what you were just saying, like she's no longer using that just to chase and get every ball because she can, but to use it really positively, get on the ball early, and use that as one of her weapons to attack.
Yeah, that's really important at the pro level because if you get any opportunities to step across and take a volley or cut a cross off, like Sabrina does that really well just because she has that foot speed. So she's able to capitalize on even not loose balls, but just slightly off the wall better than other players can. And that's, I think, where she gets a lot of her wins on the pro tour. And with Olivia, she's just always ready. She might not have the same foot speed as Sabrina. I think Sabrina's unique in that she's one of the fastest players on tour.
Mm-hmm.
But Olivia, you see when she gets to the tee, her racket's up. She's so focused on the ball in the back, and she's ready for any shot. So anything that pops out into the middle, she's going to take and put it away. So Sabrina's got to stay tight here if she wants to make a dent in the focus and the determination of Olivia right now.
Yeah, I think what I really like with that readiness is because she's ready so early, as you say, with Olivia, she is able to really kind of vary the pace, both of her swing timing and the pace she's actually hitting the ball. You see really nice cross-court kill there from Sabrina. But that's one of my favorite things to watch about Olivia is just how she will wait on the ball a little bit. She'll either take it earlier than you're expecting, or she'll get a little delay in there, give a little hold, kind of mess up your own timing, and that's important against someone like Sabrina, where you want to disrupt her movement rhythm because like she's just able to be a gazelle around the court when she wants to be. So another nice tight ball there. But Olivia from a pretty early age seemed to have a really good understanding of just how to use all of the court and how to disrupt people with the way she's striking the ball.
Yeah, I remember watching her when she was playing for Princeton, and she had this incredible lob. I believe it was her backhand lob. And that was one of the first times that I realized it could be such an effective shot.
Mm-hmm.
So I use a lob occasionally, and it can honestly be an attacking shot. So my dad would often name shots after people just to say, oh, you should do this shot. And so he named like a really good lob after Olivia. So
that's a good honor. Yeah.
We still call it the Fiechter.
Can you give us do you have one or two other named shots you can give us a little insight into of who does something best?
I would have to think. There was a front court shot that was quite interesting. Oh, there was oh man, I'll have to think on it. I'll get back to you.
All right, I won't put you on the spot. Totally, we'll let it. So you're gonna have to answer your dad now, though, if he's listening. He's whether his teaching sunk in properly if he doesn't remember. So the I think we actually saw this with Todd in the last match as well, like him turning a defensive position to offense really quickly with the lob. And I think even on these, especially on these glass courts, which glass courts can eat up the pace of the ball a lot, and if you can send that high lob up, there's brighter lights just because of the way they go. So it can be a really effective shot at any court, but especially here on the glass, I think.
Yeah, the ball does tend to die really deep in the corner, or at least hit the nick in the back. The nicks aren't particularly large, but once you throw it back there, it always seems to find the nick. And with the lights, obviously these two women are fairly experienced on glass courts, just playing on the PSA Tour. But if you get somebody who hasn't played very often on one of these courts, throwing up a lob or a lob serve is really effective because you do lose it for a split second. And so often you'll just have to kind of know where it is, know where it's going to be, and then swing. So it can be effective for sure.
We saw a great example these last couple points of Sabrina's speed. I mean, Olivia was ascendant in those points a couple times, and Sabrina just eating up some balls that very few people in the world will get, but able to just keep herself in enough and then either force a mistake or be able to turn the rally around. So super positive start from Sabrina there. Coming up 11-4, especially after getting the most recent win against her, she doesn't want to give Olivia that mental confidence that she can have it. So I thought that was a really positive start from Sabrina.
Yeah, there were a lot of rallies there where Olivia was on the top end, and she threw in these shots, as you said, that most people wouldn't get back. But it's just the one or two that Sabrina gets back, and then Olivia makes a slight mistake, and then the rally's over. So that was a strong start from from Sabrina. But Olivia's not playing poorly, and she's experienced, so the match is definitely not over.
I think the lesson, we were talking about lessons for juniors, is I think a lot of juniors sometimes you win one game in dominant fashion score-wise, an 11-4 or something, and I feel they turn the switch off. They're like, oh, I got this. No problem. This will be easy from here on out. And next thing you know, it's 1-1, and the match is turned. So, your point about just keeping that focus and, knowing that each point is right in the balance, that it's worth sticking with it is an important one, I think.
Yeah, that does happen a lot. I mean, at every level. My dad calls it third game-itis. So if you're up 2-love, that's when you should be worried.
That's when it's trouble. Yeah,
because the other person has nothing to lose, and in theory you have everything to lose, but you just got to play it like it's game one. So, yeah.
It sounds like you may need to take some of your dad's teachings here, maybe steal them from him unless he's got them copyrighted, and maybe you can write your own book and give all these sayings a
I
name.
should steal them. Yes,
yeah.
There's some good sayings in there.
Yeah. So I'd love, before we let you go, Marina, we've got 2 more matches coming up tonight. The nightcap with the U.S. #1 Amanda Sobhy, world #4, taking on your quarterfinal opponent Olivia Clyne. Would just love to get your thoughts on that match before you go.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting match because Amanda has been so sharp recently. The hard low hitting, just very solid overall. And Olivia, she's got this great working to the front shots. She throws in a boast occasionally, and she loves volleying in short. So I think you'll see a lot of movement to the front, and I think it's going to be whether or not Amanda gives Olivia any opportunities through the middle on the volley. And likewise, if Olivia's drop shots and boasts are a little too high, then Amanda's going to be up in the front, holding, hitting a nice kill or counter drop. So it's really just about who's going to be the tidiest. But I think it'll be a great match. It'll be exciting to watch.
Perfect. Well, Marina, really appreciate you taking the time to come up and join us. Congrats on a great tournament and a good quarterfinal match yesterday against Olivia Clyne. But you're obviously a big favorite in the U.S. You've been representing Team USA for many years now on the junior side and now on the women's side. So we're really excited as you go through your last 2 years of college to follow your progress, and super excited to see you compete on Team USA for many years to come. So we know this is one of many times we will see you in this tournament, and we can't wait to see you. So best of luck as you go through your summer and into next year, and thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Marina. So we'll take a quick break here, 2022 U.S. Championships, and we will get started up again in about 30 seconds as you're watching the number 2 and 3 seeds out here, Olivia Fiechter and Sabrina Sobhy, contesting their semifinal, looking to book their way into the final at the U.S. Championship. All right, we are here at the 2022 U.S. Championships. Apologize for the noise there. We're here at the 2022 U.S. Championships at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center in Philadelphia. We're one semifinal down, where Todd Harrity booked his place in the final just before this match. Now we've got an exceptional matchup in the first women's semifinal of the night with the 2 seed Olivia Fiechter, world number 10, taking on Sabrina Sobhy, world number 22, and the 3 seed and the 2014 champion of this event. So I'm joined by our next special guest on the commentary for the evening. I'm joined by U.S. Squash Hall of Fame member and executive director of the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center, Ned Edwards. Ned, thanks for joining.
Pleasure, Dan.
So we've got Ned here for all sorts of reasons. He's going to bring some great info about what's going on at the Specter Center, what's happening in squash in the United States, but also just one of the most knowledgeable squash people we ever made, and truly a legend on the squash tour. Just a couple years ago, Ned, not too many, but was one of the best professional players that the U.S. has ever had. So his insight on the squash that we're seeing out here will be great. So, I'd love to just start, Ned, and just get your thoughts on this match. We obviously have two of the stars of Team USA and just amazing representatives of the game.
Yeah, it's pretty wonderful to see in this semi round the quality of the play. And someone was just talking about if you put the 4 women in the semis and took them around the world, they'd be a threat to beat every country on as they went, and it's terrific to see.
I mean, for the first time this year, we've had 4 U.S. women in the top 25 in the world rankings, and that's been so amazing to watch. And it hasn't just been, a couple results here or there that resulted in that. They've kind of ensconced themselves consistently up in that top echelon of the women's game, and they're all improving and continuing to get better. So we can see just the amazing quality of play here. And Marina and I were just talking about the kind of interesting contrast of styles of Sabrina, who's one of the most just simply best movers on the pro tour, just amazing foot speed out there, and all sorts of talents and ways she can apply pressure. And then Olivia Fiechter, who's had her best year on tour by far this year, putting herself in the world top 10, who really uses all of the court, defends beautifully. We see them both lifting the lob here. So I think for anyone that's a fan of squash, this match has a ton to offer of just different tactics and techniques that they each can bring to the game.
It's really promising to have such strong players from one country, because there's no question, and you can even see the energy here that they push each other. And you've seen that when other countries have risen to the top, typically there's a little quorum of players that are all vying to be really close to the best in the world, and they push each other so effectively and raise the standard of play.
I think, we saw a great response from Olivia here. The first game was quite close, even though the score didn't show it, with Sabrina taking it. So, Olivia, there it is, game ball, a really kind of positive response to even this one up. I think this was one that everyone expected to be quite a battle. So we're seeing the beginning of that, and fun to watch. These two are also just spectacular. As we said before, they're just great ambassadors for the game. They play this open brand of kind of free-flowing squash that I think is just a ton of fun for the fans to watch too.
It's nice to have gotten to this point of the season, because the Specter Center's been open officially just for 8 or 9 months, and we've gone through the season with 13 weeks of championships, and then we get to this tournament, and it's allowed full focus on Team USA and the pipeline leading into Team USA. And so this tournament is just a gem as it relates to an opportunity to really focus on this group. And it's been hard for U.S. Squash to do it properly without a home facility. And now we can offer everything that's within the Specter Center and the performance training area and all of this stuff for these players is just fantastic.
Well, I think I'd love to hear a little bit more from you just about the Specter Center. I think a lot of people know the facility and have heard about it. Many people have been here, but would love to just have you explain what we're doing here, what the facility has to offer, and provide a little context of this amazing venue that we're playing this tournament in tonight.
Well, I think there are 3 pillars of the mission of the Specter Center, and the first is a whole new brand of access and bringing people to the game and people who don't typically have access to the sport, and it is a community center. The second pillar of the mission is major events. This is a big event, the U.S. Open, some of our really large events through this past winter, the middle and high school nationals and U.S. Open juniors, were big volume events that the Specter Center can hold. Often there's overlap even with Penn next door. And then the third pillar of the mission is what we're watching, which is Team USA, and giving them a chance, and every chance to pursue their dream to get as good as they can possibly be.
I mean, with it's a pretty amazing facility with 20 courts. We've got these 2 glass courts that this tournament has been played on, but that's 16 other singles courts to total out to 18. 3 of those singles courts can convert into 2 softball international doubles courts. And then we have the world's first 2 blue North American hardball courts, in which we play doubles with a white ball. So besides those 20 courts, can you talk a little bit about what else the facility contains and what it has to offer?
Well, one of the key things that it offers is a performance center. It's not a fitness center. The label on the door needs to change because it is for Team USA, and the equipment was chosen by the athletes. And it's for many people who go in there to have a look around, they wouldn't know how to use some of the equipment, but it's wonderful to see the athletes in there with the strength and nutrition supervision that they're getting and getting stronger and buying into a real training program that's helpful. And with these athletes, they can be where they want to be in the world to train, but what we want is to make sure that what they've got here in Philadelphia is going to pull them in and make them feel as though this is where I've got to spend a good bit of my time to make the most of my career.
And I think having the Gannick family, squash head national coach Anong Beng Hee on site as a resource for them full time, the other kind of training, recovery, physio resources that are here, it provides them a real home. So as you said, you're going to have some athletes that are training elsewhere, but can use this space for training when they're here and to keep developing their games. You've got players that are training here full time, taking advantage of everything the center has to offer. And then everyone in between. So one of the things we're most excited about this year, I know on the national team side, is having the center be a real meeting place for those of all ages who are aspiring to excellence on court. So we're going to be seeing the top junior players in the country and the world being able to train and learn from the best college players who are being able to train and learn from the best pro players. And I think that's where you really start to see things accelerate and players take that next step.
Last week, a bunch of the top college players were in preparation for this tournament, and it was so fantastic to see their enthusiasm. And so some still in college, Spencer Lovejoy and Andrew Douglas and Timmy Brownell just out of college, and seeing this flow of young talent and the excitement that they bring to each other. It's really terrific.
Yeah, it's a fun energy, and we're coming off a great weekend of energy with the Urban Squash Nationals. This was held here several weeks ago as well, where all these contrasts of a major event like that with huge participation, amazing squash as well, and then this kind of top level excellence play, and then combined with just daily activities here, whether they be new clinics, school programs, whatever else. It's fun that one day on the Specter one day at the Specter Center on court is never the same as the next, but it's able to just be a gathering place for so many different elements of the squash community.
And it's going to be really interesting to see how it all shakes out and how it settles, or not settles, or how it grows really, and the different constituent groups that use it, and that was the dream that the people from different places in the squash spectrum, from the very top and from Amanda down to someone who's never held the racket before, that they're under the same roof is really something special.
I could hear you were so deeply involved in the build of this facility. I could hear you panic when you said the word "settle" a little bit. It made you think of a concrete slab settling, and I could hear the panic in your voice. But I want to take a look back in on the match here. Obviously, this is such a crucial place in the match. Basically, even in the third game at 1-1. In your career when you were playing on a professional, what type of mentality would you take into these moments when we're at 5-5, 1-1? What do these players need to be focused on in such a tight moment like this?
It's funny. I think that if you've got a bit of a margin, you can decide whether you want to just try to put the screws to it or take some chances, and because you've got a margin to work with. And if you're down, you can also say, maybe I've got to really get creative here and do something different to change the flow. But when it's tight like this, I think it tends to pull players in, and that you sort of make sure your fortress walls are up here so that nothing gets away from you at this critical juncture.
Who in your time playing, who did you find to be mentally, maybe not, it might be physically as well, but in these big moments, who did you know was always going to be, completely locked in, that you knew they were never going to make that kind of key mistake in the big moment, you were going to have to be locked in yourself?
Well, there were two who rarely gave anything, and one was Jahangir and the other was Mark Talbot. And Mark's defense was just unreal. And Mark tended to even intensify his defensive coverage toward the end of games, and you could still, in the middle of the game at this juncture, you could still maybe see some slippage and get some points that you wouldn't expect. At the end of the game, it was impossible with him. The ball had to roll. And then Jahangir was pretty steady from point to point right throughout. And those two, I guess it's no surprise with their record that mentally those two were the toughest.
Right, two of the all-time greats. And you see Sabrina doing her work here to basically get everything back she possibly can. It's unbelievable retrieval here. But that's tough to handle because you start questioning, when you're on the other side of that type of retrieval and defense, like, what do I need to do here to win a point? And that's when, people make some mistakes.
Yeah, you cut it too fine.
Yeah, and Olivia helping my commentary there by cutting it too fine after Sabrina's great retrievals. So
it's interesting just physically to look at them and Olivia's range with her and Sabrina's foot speed and her the way she manages her racket.
I think that's one of the fun thing. We've been talking about these 4 women in the semifinals tonight in the top 25 in the world, and what's fun for me to watch is just how different the 4 of them are, and it just really showcases that there's no one way to play squash, and they all have very unique challenges that they bring to others in the game. See a beautiful ball there from Olivia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it's interesting to watch point to point about the way the space is being managed and the court is being managed, and
this always feels like a brutal point. The 8-7, the difference between 9-7 and 8-all. Oh, what a beautiful attack from the back there with Sabrina. Just no fear in that shot.
When Sabrina backed up, when she had the ball in the middle of the court and backed up, in terms of space, without sort of going overboard, you would sort of wish that she was commanding a little bit more space and taking all the room she's entitled to.
Nice sequence again there from Sabrina. We've seen a really positive end to this game from her, just really tightening the screws in these big moments. She finds herself with 3 game balls here at 10-7 to take a 2-1 lead. Oh, and there's the mistake. It's that cumulative movement of Sabrina, it makes Olivia just mentally try and cut it a little bit finer, knowing that Sabrina is absolutely all over the court right now, picking up every single ball. It makes you want to hit that perfect drop shot just to try and get the point, and you see her clip the top of the tin there. So Sabrina taking a 2-1 lead here in the 2022 U.S. Women's Championship semifinal. As we've been saying, We've got Sabrina as the number 3 seed, Olivia as the number 2 seed, two spectacular members of Team USA who are just playing great squash this year, and we're seeing it here. I'm Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash, joined by Ned Edwards, the executive director of the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center and a U.S. Squash Hall of Fame member. So we're just chatting about this great facility and the programs that are happening. So we were talking last night, Ned, about our excitement, which got waylaid a little bit by the pandemic this year, but hitting the ground running again next year on up to 10 new school teams from West Philadelphia, public school teams that are going to be playing out of the center, and just the opportunity to introduce squash to hundreds of new players, and at the same time the fun of the team dynamic as they learn.
And in talking to other facilities around the country that are in whatever stages of formation, the idea of a public school league is really at the core of what I think jumpstarts a broad community effort, or broad community constituency, and getting the kids involved pretty young, and the fun team environment, getting the families psyched for their children on a team and competitive on a ladder. The Philadelphia Public School District is really the building block for our overall community initiative in Philadelphia. It'd be interesting to see how Olivia starts the fourth, and
yeah, I think Sabrina will likely come in with a lot of confidence here. Both knowing of her recent success against Olivia, but also just such a positive end to that game. It was close in the middle in the end, and then Sabrina really pulled away at the end. So, it's always the balance of taking that confidence in while not kind of being overactivated and being ready to respond to whatever. Olivia will make some adjustments here. She's a very smart player as well. So it'll be interesting to see, the cat and mouse game here of as they each continue to change tactics or stick with what's working.
Mm-hmm.
More amazing retrieval from Sabrina here. Just out. Good cumulative pressure from Olivia, not panicking just because of that great retrieval, but just being happy with the fact that your opponent's doing so much work and continuing to apply pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Ned, in your expert opinion, how many points at this pace could our bodies handle right now? You think we could last 1 or 2 rallies at this point, or
that might be a little ambitious, but
okay.
I'm sort of watching to see whose hand feels or looks the most relaxed, and who's.
Is that you kind of the read of who's feeling the most pressure, or can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah. And whose hand and arm is allowing them to make the ball do what they want it to do. We talk about Sabrina's foot speed, but I'm pretty impressed with Olivia's efficiency as well. Her footwork looks awfully efficient.
Yeah, that's what our last guest, Marina Stefanoni, was speaking about, that she really enjoys Olivia's preparation, that she's always ready, and then which allows her to then be very efficient to the ball and not overwork. So I think she's very organized in the way that she approaches.
Yeah, she's not taking too many extra steps.
Just catch the top of the tin there. Kind of a key moment here for Olivia. She knows she doesn't have margin to work with here, so you really don't want to let Sabrina kind of run away with an early lead here. If you're Olivia, she knows that Sabrina's only going to get tougher at the end of the game if she senses if she senses an opening. attack there. I mean, you can see Olivia still being willing to attack, being willing to go in, so she doesn't appear to let the moment prevent her from playing her style of game.
I'd always heard about Olivia's wonderful hands as well, and then less about Sabrina's hands, but more just about her great racket skills. So, meaning that Olivia's reputation, as I was hearing about it, was with just great kind of touch, and that a lot of people like the way Sabrina just swings at the ball.
I think both have a little bit of a mental break there for Olivia. I think both have a lot of fun things for younger players to model off. They both have slightly different technique, but both I think are beautiful ball strikers.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty wonderful keeping forehands that tight, and it's easier to see that on the backhand wall.
Slight mistake there. So, I'd love to add a little bit more and just get your. We've talked a lot about the bigger stuff, but just what gets you most excited about the coming season of the Specter Center? What are you personally looking forward to?
I'm really excited about the Specter Center delivering on its mission. That's it. And I know that we can deliver for Team USA, and we've already shown we can deliver on the big events, because and we'll get better at those each time we run one. And the real trick will be broad community access and bringing people in and having them feel comfortable in a sport that they may not have been familiar with at all. And so that's going to require real intention to bring new people to the sport. And then just quickly, because I don't want to tie up this match, when you mentioned the movable walls, that was done for the Pan Am Games. But we're going to be watching what the story is with the Olympics, and we're going to get some news later this month on whether squash is going to be invited to be on a short list for inclusion in the 2028 Olympic Games. And that's a massive deal for everything, for these players, for young aspiring players, for pipelines, for people who aren't really familiar with the game. The idea that oh my goodness, you represent the United States in the Olympics. It will be something. If we get put on this short list, we'll put every bit of energy toward it.
I think
sorry, I don't want.
The great piece is all of that stuff. We want to keep doing. Whether we get in the Olympics or not, it would be such a boon and amazing thing for the sport. But all of the things,
yeah,
that's a positive way to put yourself up a few match balls here. So we'll jump back in on that in a second. But Sabrina, really strong final two games here, and you've seen both players up the pace in the last several rallies here, and Sabrina's put herself in a great position to potentially move on to the final.
I think it seemed that Sabrina's been able to kind of pull the trigger on shots with
there it is.
A little more freedom. Yep.
See how much excitement Sabrina has about that. She knows what a tough competitor Olivia is, and as Olivia does for Sabrina. So really fantastic match by Sabrina Sobhy there. Positive performance, really clean squash, and spectacular movement. So we'll go down to the court and listen to a little post-match interview here. All right, we're back here after a spectacular performance by Sabrina Sobhy to place herself in the finals of 2022 U.S. Championships. She will face the winner of tonight's nightcap match with Amanda Sobhy against Olivia Clyne. Amanda will attempt to make it a sister-on-sister showdown in the final, but really great performance by Sabrina, our 2014 champion. She won this event as a teenager, and now placing herself back in the final with a great win over world number 10, Olivia Fiechter. So we were just talking during that interview, Ned, and just very, very positive and impressive performance by Sabrina.
She looked quite hungry, and it looked like she had her eye sharply out for opportunities, and then in games 2 and 3 and 4, that when she saw them, she really sees them.
We've got about 10 minutes here until our next match. We've got Shahjahan Khan taking on Timmy Brownell. Shah is the 1 seed. Timmy coming in as the 4 seed, looking to book their place in the final against number 2 seed Todd Harrity, who won his semifinal earlier tonight against Chris Gordon. We'll talk a little bit more as we get closer to that match about Khan and Brownell, and it should be a really fun one too. Players early in their career who are probably having the best seasons of their career as well. But I'm here, Denton Wilkins Video Squash, with Ned Edwards, the executive director of the Specter Center, where this event is being played. And we were talking a little bit before, Ned, about kind of the opportunities for squash moving forward, and the Olympics. You know, certainly the opportunity is a really exciting one, and any stage that we can give to these players is worth it. I mean, the brand of squash that's being played now is such an interesting, dynamic, fun product, and these players deserve any stage that's given to them.
Well, I think so. The universality of squash, the gender parity at the professional level with the prize money, that it's a clean sport. There are a number of boxes that we check with the Olympics that are good. The broadcast and the penetration in the United States are things we have to overcome for inclusion with the Los Angeles Organizing Committee. But if we are invited into the conversation, into the shortlist conversation, for the next number of months, we'll do everything possible to present squash in the strongest light as an important addition to the 28 Olympic Games.
It's so exciting because all that stuff that we'd like to do in order to give ourselves the best chance to get in the Olympics is stuff that's going to strengthen the sport, no matter what. These breaking into new markets, providing court access to really anyone who wants to play, regardless of where they are. Strengthening the brand of the excitement of the live broadcast and how it goes. And as you said, squash just aligns so perfectly with the kind of Olympic values that the more we continue to push those, the sport's only going to benefit regardless of any outcome.
Everything you just said is right on the money. That the Olympic values have had some bruises recently in squash. But this actually is an interesting one, because at the professional level, the comportment of the players is going to be a big deal, and I don't know if it will get measured as part of the inclusion process, but the behavior of the professional players and the spirit of squash is, those of us who think of it in its highest way, that if that gets compromised, and it can be compromised so easily with not clearing and sort of playing physically in kind of a way that goes beyond typical physical play, then squash breaks down, and it really is important that at the professional level that the game sticks to kind of its values of competitiveness and cooperation within this box.
I think look no farther than some of the players we're seeing tonight to see a great example of what you're looking for. I mean, that last match, very physical, obviously, like tough, high pace points, but free flowing, interesting, and a ton of mutual respect between them as competitors. And I think we'll see that again in this next match. With Timmy and and Shah, this is going to be tough squash out there, but I think you're going to see a lot of clean squash as well. And then outside of the court, these players are also great ambassadors for a lot of things that matter to them, and are using their stage in order to step forward. So, as an example, Amanda Sobhy, our U.S. #1 and world #4, has been very public in advocating for awareness around eating disorders and pieces like that, where she's really taken her stage this year and become a real advocate for causes that matter to her. And letting young athletes or other athletes see her as a role model and example, and knowing that it's okay to speak up and not just kind of go about your business on court. And I think we're very lucky in the U.S. to have this current crop of players, and not just their amazing squash, but just the values they represent.
It's a tremendous crop of players, and the players that are coming on next, Shahjahan and Timmy, are here at the center a lot, and their energy is so positive, and they're so nice with people who come through the center and introducing themselves, and it really means a lot. But on Amanda, she spoke at the Women's Empowerment Luncheon in New York, and there were a lot of speakers leading into her talk, and it was just kind of talk. And then Amanda came up, and in 2 minutes she just captured the room, and she spoke her message. It was powerful, impactful. I think that she's really come into her own as a spokesperson, not just for squash, but for women and girls in sport, and her personal story with her eating disorder, it affects so many, and the stresses of being in an intensely this individual sport of squash, is the pressure on the shoulders of squash players is really high, and so Amanda's having her voice develop the way it has is incredible. I also heard that she went down to Durham, North Carolina not too long ago, and what she invested in the exhibition and the practice session that she put people through down in Durham, they haven't stopped talking about it, and and so when these athletes go around the country and make that kind of impression and get people really excited and connect with them, it's really good for the game. And I think one of our jobs here with U.S. Squash is to do everything we can to make the livelihood for these players as fulsome and allow them to be everything that they can be, and have a fulfilling career with their activities, financially, everything we can do to support them in that is what's on our mind.
We talked a little bit yesterday. We had Ong Beng Hee, the Gannick family U.S. Squash head national coach, up here, and we were talking about the high performance program, so the HPP, of which all of these players are a member, and it's U.S. Squash way of both providing direct financial support to these players to support their careers, and also to incentivize young players coming out of college, that there is a pathway to being a pro, but also wraparound services that include everything from what we provide here at the Specter Center as far as facilities, the coaching of Beng Hee and others, physio training, recovery training, and all sorts of auxiliary services that enable them to spend more time thinking about getting better at squash and have the resources to do so. So it's been great to see that program grow from a point where U.S. Squash as an organization wasn't able to provide any sort of that type of support to players even 10 years ago, to where we are now. And I know it's a big goal of ours to continue growing that support so that it becomes both a attractive and viable career option to all these top players to pursue this, but also recognizes just the incredible kind of effort they're putting in and the skill that they show.
This is an incredible grind what these players are going through, and the era that I had been in was a North American environment for the most part, and this global travel that they do, and trying to move their way up the rankings, and the financial piece. All of this is a lot of hard work, and that they're doing it on such, at the moment, thin rewards shows how passionate they are about what they're doing. And so everything we can do is what we will do.
Well, I think we're lucky to have them. You know, all of us in the U.S. squash community are lucky to have these type of players who are pushing for. As we talked about, they're ambassadors, and they understand their responsibility as well in growing the sport. And as you said, you know, the type of time investment that someone like Amanda is willing to put in, even as the top player in the United States, but she knows that those small interactions within each community and the impression that she gives everywhere she goes is deeply impactful upon what all of us are trying to do, and all of us who love squash that want to see it continue to grow. So the players are truly partners in this, and we feel very fortunate to have it. It's not a given that the players would embrace that leadership role as much as they do.
Yeah, just make sure we do everything we can for them, and we've got a place to do it from, and now we're really starting to understand all the different ways we can help.
Well, we're getting close to the beginning here of our 7 o'clock match, the second men's semifinal. We're going to be seeing world number 31. Shahjahan Khan, Shahjahan Khan, the number 1 seed in this event, is currently the top-ranked U.S. player on the men's side, taking on world number 64, Timmy Brownell. Timmy only 24 years old and surging at the beginning of his career. So we're going to pass it over to the court here. We'll hear the intros, and then we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about these two players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to semifinal night here at the Arlen Specter U.S. Squash Center. We have our last semifinal where Todd Harrity awaits the winner for tomorrow night's battle. Introducing first, he's a hot newcomer up on the U.S. Squash Tour, a recent Harvard graduate himself, currently holding his highest world ranking of 64. Please give a round of applause for Timmy Slim Tim Brownell. And his opponent, competing in his first U.S. Nationals and the number 1 seed. Please give a round of applause for the current world number 31, Shahjahan the Chef Khan.
All right, we're back here at the 2022 U.S. Championships. We've got the SL Green men's draw here, our second semifinal of the night between Shahjahan Khan, the number 1 seed, taking on number 4 seed Timmy Brownell. It's been a fun night of semifinals so far. We've seen our number 2 seed Todd Harrity, the 3-time champion, booking his place in the finals on his pursuit of his 4th title. And then we just saw Sabrina Sobhy put in a really excellent performance. Moving on to the finals, taking out world number 10, Olivia Fiechter. So Ned, back here with Ned Edwards, Executive Director of the Specter Center, and as I said before, U.S. Squash Hall of Fame member. Looking at these two players, and you were starting to mention, Ned, before we went to intros, that these two players are spending a ton of time at the center, doing a lot of their training here, and their energy has been infectious this year, just watching how hard they're working.
You can see when you watch how someone trains and how seriously they're striking the ball, even when they're practicing, that these two they're really going after this, and they're paying attention, and they seem like just wonderful young men, the way they carry themselves around the Specter Center.
I think they both seem really passionate about the game. Like they're first to step in along with some of the other athletes we've seen tonight to get involved in one of the junior clinics or say hi, be involved, volunteer their time. and they always just seem to be smiling down there at the benches, between sessions, even with how hard they're working. So.
Well, you can see the way they practice that they're going to get better. They're not just kind of going through the motions ever. It's
halftime.
It's an interesting contrast of styles here. We've got kind of a height difference between Timmy, who's on the right wall now, against Shah on the left. Shah, really spectacular mover. We'll get a chance to see how quick he is around the court when the match gets started here. And Timmy, a little bit taller, lankier, has gotten a ton stronger this year. He's been training really hard, but really he's had special racket work since he was younger and playing in juniors, and now we're seeing that combined with the physical to have some of the really good results that we'll talk about in a bit that he's seen recently. So I think it'll be a fun kind of contrast of styles and seeing how they play against each other.
I think they're both very psyched to play, and this is terrific.
Could you get a sense when you were playing that of even in warm up, how activated your opponent was and how ready they were for the challenge?
Yeah, and being all revved up doesn't mean anything. It's managing being revved up, and if you can sense that someone's striking the ball well and playing within themselves, and that their body's reacting quickly and that they're alert. All of those things are pretty easy to read. Doesn't mean it's going to last through the entire match, but you can see when someone's really tuned in and when they've got control over their body and their racket.
It's got to be a real challenge. I mean, what were some of the things that you did to find that balance between being really properly activated but not running around like a chicken with the head cut off at the beginning of a match? Like how would you get yourself in kind of the right mental state for these type of big moments?
It's a real fine balance, and sometimes the harder you try to get it right, the worse it gets. But it's the only thing that was the best insurance is having done all the work beforehand, and then when you come on the court, you say, I've covered my bases and I've analyzed what I can do and what I need to be careful about, and that's the only insurance. Kind of false energy is not going to carry you very far.
Were you a fan of playing lefties in your time? We see Timmy out here banging around with the left hand, or did you find that kind of a different challenge, just different angles that are created and different tactics?
I think I still harbor the belief that there's no way their backhand's as steady as it should be. So,
so you'd be heading over to that right wall straight away.
I'd be trying to see what I can do in that back right corner. Yeah.
Nice. Well, Ned is the
play will start in
here.
30 seconds.
I'm going to let you go down and watch the squash. Really appreciate you taking the time and sharing a little bit more about the Specter Center, all the amazing things that are going on here, and thanks for lending your expertise to the commentary.
I'm glad to be talking and working with you, Dan, for sure.
All right, thanks so much.
Play will start
we're
in
about
15
to get started
seconds.
Here for the second men's semifinal in the SL Green men's draw of the 2022 U.S. Championships. We're going to take a quick break during the warm-up here. We'll be right back with you with our next special guest.
Time. '22 U.S. Squash SL Green Championships semifinal match. Timmy Brownell to serve. Shahjahan Khan to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
All right, we are back. The 2022 U.S. Championships. We're in our second men's semifinal. Number 1 seed Shahjahan Khan taking on number 4 seed Timmy Brownell. And we're here with our next special guest, our second U.S. Squash Hall of Famer in a row, Coach Paul Asiante, the emeritus head national coach, just handed the reins in the last year over to Gannett family head national coach Ong Beng Hee, and also the winningest college squash coach in history, and a good friend as well. So Paul, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh no, totally my honor. And It's pretty fun to
One
follow
love.
Ned. You talk about a person absolutely deserving to be in the Hall of Fame. This is such an interesting matchup because you've got the classic lefty-righty match, and
Down.
invariably there's an interesting twist
Hand
to
out.
this one because in
One
a
all.
lefty-righty match, it's usually won by the person that dominates the backhand cross-court exchange. And that would normally work, except Timmy's backhand is actually better than his forehand. So if Shah goes into that strategy, it could conceivably work against him. And as you alluded to before, it's an interesting contrast in styles because Shah likes to play very quick tempo and likes to get in there and move the ball in his opponent around the court. And Timmy has got just magical hands, and he absorbs
One all.
pressure beautifully. So it'll be interesting to see how they can, handle each other.
Well, we're fortunate in the U.S. to see, we see Shah proudly wearing the USA on his back. Just recently got his U.S. citizenship coming over from his native Pakistan, and we are really fortunate to have, he's a great character, really hard worker, here all the time, training at the Specter Center, and now the top-ranked U.S. player. So I believe he's currently number 31 in the world. So he's been a huge asset and great add to Team USA.
Yeah, he's just got this phenomenal work ethic that's really driven by his passion for the game. And I think he just wakes up every day super excited to be able to practice. And, that's the sign of a champion. He's really moving up the ranks quickly. His last tournament was a little bit of a tough one because he was dealing with a bit of a hamstring injury, but if he's back to full strength for this match, he's going to be a handful. That was quite a backhand drop.
2-1.
We're trying to help you out. You're saying nice things about him, and he immediately hits a perfect drive and then buries it in the neck. So he's backing up what you're saying.
Yeah, he's really a great addition to U.S. squash.
And then we've got Timmy, his opponent, who's also kind of in the best part of his career so far. Obviously, young career, only 24 years old.
Hand
But
out.
he came off the spring. He made it all the way through winning the Tournament of Champions Challenger event, qualifying for a spot in the TOC Platinum event in New York, and then won his first round against a top-ranked number 28, Kareem El-Hamami, in a great first-round match. So that felt like a kind of a breakthrough moment for him, where all that work is starting to pay off, and he really seeing that he belongs at this level. Yeah,
he's really a remarkable guy. He's got this positive can-do nature about him, and in practice every day. And he's sort of the poster child of what you would want in a national training center because he's humble. He doesn't act like somebody owes him anything, and he just is hungry. He's relentless.
Right
his
box.
mom did a beautiful job coaching him.
4-2.
I had the honor of
I'm
coaching
watching the
against
movement. He's
him
taking
for
his
4
space.
years when he was at Harvard, and he's a real joy to be around.
I'm watching the movement.
Yeah, one of the nicest guys you'll see
4-2
around the court. He's a little bit catching himself out mentally here. You got to be careful, control what you can control out on the court. He was a little unhappy there about some of the movement around the midcourt, but he's going to have to lock in here. You don't want to let that get in your way mentally and suddenly let your opponent kind of run away with the first game. Yeah, no, it's a funny sport. I heard you talking to Ned a little bit about, how much engagement even in the warm-up, and it's
Hand
a
out.
case of
3-4.
You've just got to be in the moment, and you can want something too much, especially in the heat of play, and you just got to let it flow.
Be interested to watch the dynamic here. What do you see as some of the tactical differences? I think Shah, you mentioned that, loves that high pace of play.
Yes.
What does Timmy need to do in order to kind of get his own tactics imposed on the match? If I were coaching Timmy right now, I would really suggest to him to slow the pace down, take the air out of the ball, frustrate Shah a little bit, because Shah just wants to go faster, 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 and you just can't play him like that. And
yes,
so I just like that ball down the wall there. I would just take the air out of the ball,
3-4
shut the
left
court
box
down, and avoid the angles until you have a big opening, and then be very aggressive in terms of your front wall attack, knowing that it's going to come back and a back and a back, but eventually it'll start to come back a little bit more loose. Like there was a good play. You see how forward he is in the court there. Not a lot of extra racket work.
4
just
all.
poking in, taking it early, and forcing. I think Timmy can hit those straight lines that you're mentioning.
Yeah.
He needs to. He's very, very smooth with his racket work. He's a fun one to watch for, I think, some juniors, just in that how minimal his racket work is. There's not a lot of extra movement on the swing. You see that just nice clean follow through there. Really, really steady. Shah has always struck me. He looks like a fox who's got an eye on the squirrel
Hand
out
out.
there, right?
Yeah.
He's like a
5,
really,
4.
bent forward, really, aggressive in his position, and then takes off like he's been lit aflame, on his way to the ball. So
it's a great analogy.
Such a difference between the two of them. Right?
Yeah, it's a great analogy. He's very fast twitch, and that's why I think you've got one of the things for the junior players to understand is when you come up with a strategy, you have to trust it, and even though it may not bring immediate results, even though you may not start ticking off points quickly, you got to stay with it. And what happens is people tend to have a strategy, and then when it's not creating immediate results for them, they go away from it. And then now you're a man without an island. What are you going to do?
Right. I mean, you're known as, one of the best coaches in squash history, and I think one of the biggest strengths that I've always seen in you is your ability to have your players in a mental place that they're ready to compete. You're not getting any better by the time you step out on court, right? Like, you are as good a squash player as you are. And I remember you saying to someone between games, one of your Trinity players, you said to him, you're like, I don't care if you win any points in the first 5 rallies that you go out, and this, I believe, was going out in the third game. It was
6-4.
I don't care if you win any points in the first 5, but make them the most brutal points that he has ever played, and he will break. And I sat there stupefied because your player took you too literally. He literally he went out and lost the first 5 points. But they were brutal rallies, and sure enough, like, the other guy went. So you had him prepared mentally to say, like, your game plan. You need to be willing to trust it, and stick with it. And I think that's really tough in the heat of the moment for both these players. It's easy from the commentary booth, but they both have their own desires.
7-4.
And I'm sure they do want it a ton, right?
Oh, there's no question. You can see it. It's interesting. There's a scoreboard, and the scoreboard starts 0-0. And then I've always thought of the two players having gas tanks.
Stroke to con.
And both gas tanks at the start of the match are full.
8-4.
If you focus more on tapping the gas tank of your opponent than the scoreboard, you can find that by the end of the match, you are in a much better position because you've emptied that person's gas tank. I can remember playing Mark Talbot in a tournament, and by the end of the match, Mark was hitting drop shots as high as the cut line. And there was nothing I could do about it. I couldn't even move because my gas tank was completely empty. And I was just, Mark, please, just put the ball away.
Can we please make this suffering stop? Yeah.
Exactly, because I'm stupid enough to keep running.
Well, I wish I had known this before. I had to play too many of your players in college, and they emptied my gas tank. And little did I know I should have been emptying theirs. So this would have been helpful to know, 20 years ago. But we'll get there. So we're seeing, again, Timmy capturing this point, but a really positive start from Shah. I think, Shah, knowing that you're the higher seeded player can be challenging, but he's really come out with a positive start here and not allowed Timmy to do what you were saying and slow the pace down. He's kept that ball hot. He's kept the pace of these points high.
Well, I've always taught my players that if to upset somebody, and if it's a true upset, you're not going to go out and beat that person. What you have to do is you have to go out and stand up to that person and make them feel the pressure. And if they feel the pressure, they might start to press. Boy, that was a heck of a shot. And then that.
Beautiful court coverage by Timmy.
Yeah, he's got magical hands. But, you've got to stand up to a person. And so right now, Timmy hasn't made Shah feel the pressure yet. That was the first era where we saw a little bit of tightness on Shah's behalf. And that's how Timmy has to do this tonight. He's got to make Shah feel the heat.
Well, this is the first time Shah's played this event. New U.S. citizens. So,
no, that's a good point.
He hasn't been out in this particular one. Obviously, he's got a ton of great international experience on the Pro Tour. But Timmy can lean on the fact that this isn't as new to him and being at this event in the U.S.
I'm really excited for U.S. men's squash in that we're seeing more depth we've got this group of young men down here playing.
Yes, Light.
You've got Todd and Shah and Timmy and
6,
Spencer.
8.
Chris Gordon is still playing some very good squash, and Andrew Douglas. All of a sudden, there's a good cadre of young American players. You've got 4 women in the top 20 in the world. I mean, that's rather extraordinary. But I think I'm particularly excited about the depth of the young ones coming out and what they're going to be able to accomplish if they keep
9-6.
working together and pushing each other to bigger heights.
And players like these two who have, they stay with it 10 years left in their pro career with modern training methods and with all of that. So, that depth is only going to increase because you'll see, the current crop stick around, and then this next hungry group kind of coming up. We saw Andrew Douglas play last night, one of the young just out of college stars.
7-9.
Who's already had, success for Team USA in the international stage. You were down in Lima with him pulling out big wins one after another as a I think maybe a 18-year-old at the time or somewhere around there. So it's really exciting to see. And then my goodness, at these junior events, watching the level at that 14, 15-year-old level, just the quality of squash. These players all fancy themselves to be Nour El Sherbini and Ali Farag out there. So it's
your momentum was to the right. The ball came out in the middle.
It is. It's so aspirational. You can see
right
they're driving and pushing to get to this level, and these guys are pushing to get to the next level. And there's so many levels. But it's interesting. We're in the house of U.S. squash.
Right box.
The Specter Center, and that's new. And for 25 years, I was a part-time U.S. coach, and now you've got an amazing coach in Bang Hee and an amazing director of sports science and Bridget. These players have every opportunity to truly become world class. That was a heck of a drop.
Hand out.
10-7. He's shown us a couple of those
game
from
ball.
Midcourt forehand. That's the ability to cut around the outside of it a little bit and just take it right in the neck. So
and he does a good job of taking a space.
Yes.
So now Timmy has to actually go around him.
And taking that space not only keeps your opponent farther away until it's time to clear, but it actually improves the way the racket approaches the ball.
11-7 game to Con.
Pushing it and go, you're able
Con
to
leads
out to the
1
ball,
game to love.
It allows him to create those angles that he's hitting.
It's a great point. I've always believed that to play a ball to the front of the court, there's 3 things that need to be in existence. You need to be balanced. Your opponent needs to be out of position, and the ball needs to be hanging there like a piñata. And, very often we'll see the opportunity and we'll play the shot, but we're not on balance. And then we hit the ball in the bottom of the tin. So that was a beautiful demonstration of that. I'd like to comment also with Dent here. Dent was a beautiful, beautiful squash player. And it always brings me back to my dear old friend Bobby Callahan, because I was very good at having our players ready to play. But I can tell you that from a strategic standpoint, Bobby always outcoached me. It just seemed like his players were just way more strategically ready than we were. We might have been able to outgut them and outcondition them, but that man, he was just a brilliant coach.
Well, he loved playing against you. It was his favorite matchups. We would always relish those Trinity matchups, even though we ended up on the wrong side of them. It was such a fun era of just camaraderie between the teams. And still, some of my closest friends played for you. And what's been great about the Trinity program, and I think part of that love that you've helped to nurture in them. Obviously, if they're already coming and playing for Trinity, they have a love for the game, and they've reached a really high level. But I mean, it's amazing the number of your alums who are deeply involved in squash here in the United States still, as either ongoing players, as coaches, running community programs, like any number of things. It's just been it's been a huge boon for the game to see how many of your men's team has stayed engaged.
It's been such a pleasant surprise. We certainly didn't, going into it, have any expectations that would be the outcome. But to think that these young people, many of whom have come from foreign countries, are now contributors to the success and growth of American squash.
And that certainly goes not just for your men's program, but Wendy Bartlett, the head women's coach at Trinity, her players.
Con leads 1 game to love.
We had one on commentating last night, and it's just
love all.
So we're grateful to the two of you and to the Trinity program for continuing to feed. So we were talking a lot earlier. We had Abby Wingard from the College Squash Association talking about the growth of college squash, but would love to hear your impressions of just the health of the college game in the U.S. right now.
Well, it's crazy what's happening if you think about it. I mean, Victor Cruin played #1 for Harvard, and in one of the most exciting finals in the history of college squash, Harvard eked out a win against Penn in the team championship finals. A week later, Victor Cruin went to play a PSA event and beat the #1 player in the world. So you think about that. I mean, the best tennis player in college tennis is not going out and beating Nadal in a USTA event. It's just not happening. And you know, to have Yusuf, you know, Ibrahim ranked 11 in the world playing at Princeton, and we're seeing more and more of it. El Aynan and Andrew Douglas. When you watch the final 16 in college squash, it is a PSA event.
It's a top-level pro event, absolutely.
Absolutely. And then you go down and you watch the teams playing in the second and third tier. The squash is good. You know, it's super impressive. But the challenge is for us,
2-1.
just like for U.S. squash, we need more access. We need more college teams. We need more administrators to look at this wonderful game and say, wait a minute, we can do that here. We've got racquetball courts. We can convert them into squash courts.
Stroke to Brownell.
You know, it's not a major cost. And
backswing was prevented.
And then once you have that,
3-1.
You know, and I think particularly on the women's side, I think that we just need to see more of those teams coming in, and it's infinitely doable.
When you've seen, you know, we were talking with Abby, some of the excitement around, like,
oh, that's beautiful. Shah just called the ball down on himself, which is one of the beautiful things about this game. You're not seeing, you know, you're not seeing Bobby Bonds calling a strike against himself in the World Series.
Yeah, you see Timmy applauding it too. He knows, you know, there was a little chippiness in the first game around some of the movement. They were both, you know, looking for other things out of the other, but you know, that didn't dissuade Shah, you know, from taking that moment and calling against himself, and
Handout
would have done the same. So
2-4.
It's such a unique piece of the sport.
It's a critical component, and I'd really like to think of the Specter Center as the golden beacon of sportsmanship and fair play, and have that extend out to the rest of it. This game is so special, but it's a game that primarily is self-adjudicated. You have two people on that court in very close quarters, and you know, if one of those people is not willing to play within the boundaries of fair play and sportsmanship, this game isn't fun. And so when you see two people here fighting as hard as they can, but calling balls down on themselves and applauding each other, that's what this sport has to be.
I think maybe, you know, we already have sportsmanship awards, but maybe we could name one the Golden Beacon Award after your framing here.
Well, I'm sure a lot brighter people than I would come up with good names. Maybe we can call it the Dent Wilkins Award.
Casual, yeah.
Which, by the way,
I'm not above naming stuff after myself. But
4, right box.
I kept talking to Ned, and he wasn't willing to name anything at the Specter Center.
I love it.
So my $10 donation didn't come through.
Didn't get through. Although Dent Wilkins did win the Sportsmanship Award as a player at Princeton, so I would like to mention that.
They, you know, I was gracious in my losses as I went down in flames to some Trinity player. But we're seeing actually a really positive second game here from Timmy.
Yes.
Didn't let it get too far away from him. You see him even in these rallies, just changing the pace a little bit. He's still willing to raise it in some cases, but also making sure he's getting it through, taking a little bit of pace off. Kind of, as you said, like try and take Shah out of that rhythm that he likes.
He's using the boast a
Stroke
lot.
to Brownell.
He's using the volley
there's
boast.
no access to the ball.
He's trying to move Shah to the front.
Handout 5-3.
And the thing that I'm always impressed with is how good players lift the ball out of the back corner, whereas juniors and maybe less seasoned players try to fight their way off the rope. and they only get in deeper. You know, it's interesting. Shah just went for a front side nick off return to serve. And I find very often that juniors will do that after having lost 3 points in a row. It's like almost going cheap.
It's an out, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Look at how athletic Timmy is there.
Little chaotic point
Stroke
there.
to Clyne.
And Timmy knows.
Hand out. 4-5.
This is a
You know,
really
he's-
fun match to watch, right?
It is. You know, I like Timmy. He's giving the head shake there, disappointed, pretending to be disappointed in the refs. I think he's actually disappointed in himself for
Exactly.
leaving the ball out a little bit.
Exactly.
But we'll see. This was a crucial little sequence. The next kind of 3 or 4 minutes for Timmy here.
Yeah.
You know, you just don't, against an athlete like Shah, you really don't want to find yourself having to dig your way back from 2 love down. So
No.
Timmy, I think, will really lock in mentally here, and we'll see what he's got.
Yep. Ooh.
Down.
He hit that ball standing very upright. Needed to take his space, get down, so that he's hitting that
5
ball away
all.
from the 10.
Upright if you're Timmy is quite upright. That's a tall guy.
Yeah,
He's a tall
yeah.
guy out there.
Yeah, he really is. Boy, that's a tight ball by Shah.
It's different from a 80-year-old player at the club I play at, who I asked the other day how his squash was. He just gotten off court, and his response was upright. So I think slightly different, but that's his
brilliant.
that's his bar. If I emerge from the court upright, then I'm happy.
That's brilliant. I love it. I was doing a camp last week at the Milton Academy in Massachusetts, and there was a young player there. Quite a talented guy, but he loved to play finesse shots from the wrong spot on the court. And I said to him, "You realize you're playing the wrong shot there?" And he said, "I know,
Down.
but I enjoy it so much."
At least I'm having
Hand
fun
out.
choosing the wrong shot.
I said, "Well,
6,
good. As long as
5.
you don't mind losing and are having fun, that's a good thing."
Right. Well, the couple, suddenly the pace went through the roof.
Yeah.
The other two amazing
Yeah.
retrievals from Shah, but
Yeah.
good on Timmy for getting a little edge here.
We have seen a couple of backhand drop tins from Shah on that left wall, but that forehand drop is lethal.
Yep, careful up there.
Yep. Ooh. And Shah was there. Tight. Oh, wow. Great shot.
Not
See?
up. Thank you.
There it is again, right?
Yeah, called it down.
Return in kind. It was down, but it was not up, but not necessarily obvious.
Hand
right?
out.
Like, a lot of players might
6
have thrown their
all.
hands to the sky and said, "What do you mean? Like, I totally got it." But nice to see them both kind of showing that mutual respect and giving it to each other.
This is a match you could play without a referee. It's a beautiful thing. Oh.
Down.
So here it is. We're seeing pace and tempo changing, and we've seen a couple of
Thank you.
nervous errors from Shah. And I think that's something
Hand out.
that is important for the
7,
juniors to
6.
understand is changing pace is very important. If you do everything at the same pace, a person adjusts to that. So it's important to mix things up, not just in terms of shot making, but in terms of the pace. Ooh, great get.
Yeah, a little merry-go-round squash we got
Yeah.
going here.
Yep.
Yes, let. And there are some rooms to get
Timmy
through.
is quite animated, but
Right box,
but seemingly
7,
in a
6.
humorous way. He doesn't seem too bothered. I think he thinks he just maybe could have had a stroke there, but
Yeah, I think Shah's quite an athletic dude. I'm sure catching his hip in your thigh is not a comfortable experience. So I think
yeah.
Timmy's shaking off the Charlie horse there a little bit, but
yeah. Yeah.
we were laughing
Stroke to
earlier
Brownell.
with the nice guys.
The
We
line
saw
to the
Todd,
ball was through you.
at some point put his hand on his head, which we said was a full-on explosion from Todd
8,
Harrity.
6.
This is the biggest, as much as you'll see him blow up.
That is
out
so
there.
true.
So, Mr. Khan. And it's interesting, all the each player. There's no like right level of activation, right? Each player is different. Like Amanda's energy level that she'll bring out there is going to be very different.
No
from,
question.
Even her sisters or
Ooh.
take that,
Front.
hammer it into the
Hand
back.
out.
Yeah.
7,
That shot was
8.
so bad it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. The activation level is a function, I think, of your general personality. If you are pretty much a laid-back type person, you have to be careful not to get too fired up.
Right.
Because it goes against the grain of
Down.
boy, an opportunity
Stood up
there.
on that again.
Yep.
I mean, your point of like not playing it as,
8
as part
all.
of the rally, but you see him just like decide, okay, it's time to end it, and you see the
Yes.
entire body just relax.
Yep.
And then you catch the top of the tin because you're not connecting that chain into the ball.
I think there were too many voices.
Oh, we almost hit him.
Yep.
That's a really smart serve by Shah. That's a little subtle moment, but
Yep.
like your opponent's hurting mentally, right? They just buried a ball in the tin on the open ball, and instead of letting them instantly feel back in rhythm at the beginning of the next point, Shah fires that serve, right at Timmy's body. It shows kind of a recognition of when someone's on tilt a little bit, give them a chance to stay that way.
No question. And again, mixing things up. Every serve, even if you have the best serve in the world, if you hit it to the same spot every time, somebody's going to move up and adjust to it.
See Timmy changing paces here.
Yes.
Again. He found his way back in here.
Oh, good. Straighten that ball out nicely. Oh, good length.
Seeing both players up their game, they know this is the big moment here.
Yes. Oh.
Got it.
Oh.
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 No let.
No let.
That
Not
was
sure if even called it and knows that.
yeah, that was quite a point. Quite a point.
A nice
Left
reaction
box,
volley from Shah.
9,
Yes.
Do
8.
almost nothing with his racket, right? He
Yes.
almost didn't swing through it. Just like make sure you make clean contact, and he was in front of the short line. So all you got to do is just keep it off the
9,
sidewall
8.
and get it down fast. And
Sure.
big moment for it that gives him an edge here, up 9-8. Here in the semifinals. Once again, I'm Dent Wilkins with U.S. Squash. We're here with special guest, coaching legend Paul Asiante, and we're just seeing some amazing squash tonight. We've had Todd Harrity, who's through to the final in the first men's final, and then Sabrina Sobhy, who's through in the first women's semifinal. So she will be one representative on the women's side tomorrow. So we've got one match after this tonight. Amanda Sobhy and Olivia Clyne, two of kind of the just most decorated athletes for the U.S. team of all time. So we're really looking forward to that. But right now we're in a real battle
Yes,
between Shahjahan Khan and Timmy Brownell.
Didn't quite have access to the
in
ball.
the men's semi. So they're both at the point where
Left box.
they're having a conversation
9,
with the ref afterwards,
8.
maybe to get a quick breath as much as to actually dispute the call.
That's a good point. That certainly is. It was a very tight ball on the wall. I think Timmy was hoping for more than a let. I think he was lucky to get a let there. This is such a critical moment because if Tim goes down 2-0, that's a very tall mountain to climb, and Shah is so seasoned, it's going to be tough sledding. Ooh. Ooh, interesting that he played that ball.
Yes, let. 9-8.
So
Yeah,
Tim,
Paul, we were talking. You're one of the most
Left
or
box.
the most
9-8.
decorated college squash coach of all time. As the head coach of the Trinity men's team, and we were talking earlier, just looking at the college talent, in this draw at the top is pretty wild. Todd Harrity played #1 for Princeton, 4-time first-team All-American, individual college champion, getting through on the first side. Sabrina Sobhy and Olivia Fiechter, both stars in the same area. Sabrina at Harvard, Olivia Princeton. Timmy Brownell here, one of the top players for Harvard in his time, and then followed up by another Harvard star in Amanda Sobhy afterwards. So it's just fun to see these players take the next step and get here. And Marina Stefanoni, who was up with us earlier, was talking about just the differences between the pro game and the college game. So you're now seeing that work the other way.
10-8
and you're seeing that pro level
game
of
ball.
squash kind of enter college, and they're getting.
He was
lots of
taking his
experience.
space.
Marina said one of the reasons she went to Harvard, Marina's unreal, right? And she played 2.
Yeah.
So
that is
she's
true.
getting that level of competition now in college and preparing athletes for the pro level like this.
It's no question. That was a very interesting point. Timmy hit a loose ball, and Shah took his space, played a beautiful drop, and Tim was just really left out. This is a critical moment for Tim. Ooh, yeah, that's one of those shots where you say no, 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 and if it works out, you say
Down.
oh.
There we go.
That was another
11-8,
one where Tim
game to
hit that
Clyne.
ball, but it didn't look
Clyne
like he was-
leads
had the
2 games to
conviction
love.
play it.
A little casual, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yep.
It's,
Well, the mountain has just gotten a lot higher for Tim.
it's always easy for us to say up here, right, when our heart rate is not at 190, and we're complaining about people being too casual out there, right? So the great second game there, especially at the end of it for Shah. So he finds himself in a really strong position, up 1 love here. And Paul, I hope you're willing to keep sticking around for.
Oh
a
my
little more
gosh.
squash. We got some great stuff coming up.
Well, we're very close friends, and as you know, I love to hear myself talk. So this is it's very interesting. You mentioned something about heart rates, and for a while on the tour, the players were wearing heart monitors, and there was on the scoreboard there was actually a spot where they could show what the players' heart rates were, and I absolutely loved that feature because, you know, first of all, you would see how high they could get their heart rates,
Right.
you know, and that was interesting in itself. I knew one of our players was in trouble when, you know, they went on the court after warm-up. Their heart rate was as high as someone else's full. But the other thing that I've always found so amazing, and how fit these players are, is you'll see their heart rate super high, and then there'll be an appeal. And the appeal takes a minute or so, and you just see their heart rate drop. You know, it's at 202, and then all of a sudden, the next point begins there at 165. It's just astounding, the level of fitness.
I mean, we were doing high intensity interval training as a sport before it was trendy as a fitness trend, right? It's that like so little time between points in squash. You're in this box, the ball's not going anywhere, and just these top athletes, just the ability to take that 6, 8, 10 seconds and recover just enough to play the next point, which is going to be just as brutal. And I found that super interesting. I'll tell you who on the U.S. team we're going to see her next was the highest heart rate I've consistently ever seen is Olivia Clyne, who she had the heart rate monitor on, and she didn't look like she was struggling out there one way or another. She's just, you know, a born jackrabbit. She, you know, I'm watching her there in the middle of the first game. She's looking not winded at all, and I look up at the monitor, and her heart rate's at 195. I was like, wow, that is absolutely amazing.
That is true. And then her husband, Arlen Clyne, who's just qualified for his 4th Commonwealth Games, I mean, he can't get his heart rate above 145 after 2 hours of squash. So here we are. Timmy needs a very good start to this game. And, oh, can he recover? That's a good length by Shah.
Now you see Shah not assuming anything there, right? Like, he had every right to think
One
that Timmy
love.
might not get that ball up there, but as soon as Timmy did, he was on it. There was no like, let's go. He seems, you know, after, as you said, maybe that little bit in the middle of the second game where, you know, he could have felt the nerves a little bit. He's just seemed to maintain his level of focus and is very locked in here. Nice ball from Timmy.
Yeah, it's a great ball
Hand
from
out.
Timmy. And that honestly
1
comes
all.
from Shah's work ethic. His practice sessions are every bit as intense as his match sessions. And that's, for the juniors, wow, that works.
One way to do it.
You
Hand
know,
out.
you've got to
2-1.
push yourself hard enough in practice so that on match day it doesn't feel like a dramatic change.
Just having that trust in yourself, you know, knowing that you've been there.
Every day.
Knowing you can stick to whatever your plan is.
Interesting camera angle there on Timmy's backhand drop. You know, as you said earlier,
Down.
he really does play the ball off of a very short swing.
Hand out.
It would be interesting to
2
know
all.
what his racket string tension is. I would guess he strings his rackets fairly loose. And so by doing that, you can use a shorter swing, which gives you control, but you can still get the power off of that shorter swing. I think Gaultier interestingly enough, has his string tension lower than anybody else in the world.
He did, like, it was at the U.S. Open sometime, and he dropped his rackets off for restringing, and he
Yeah.
wrote, like, 16.
3,
and I made
2.
some poor intern go back to him to check. I was like, I think he probably means kilograms, but
Yeah.
that seems really tight. I was like, I don't think he wants to strung at, like, 34, 35, something like that. And the guy comes back, he's like, no, Gautier says 16 pounds. I'm like, oh, all right, well, off we...
That's amazing,
Off
you
we
know,
go.
when you consider that, you know, ooh, yeah,
That's
got a little chippy
Yes,
there.
let.
Too much of a
Ball
push
is
back.
tight.
And you can see
Mr.
Timmy's body language
Yeah,
now.
the
is
ball is
starting to
wide.
get the best
Mr.
of
Brownell,
him.
careful in the contact,
And
please.
I think it's important to remember
Right
for
box,
you juniors out there,
3, 2.
you know, body language is
Yeah.
a
Yeah, there's
very
some
tricky
distance to the
thing
ball.
because it gives your opponent some messaging. And if your opponent sees that you've got negative or you're a little bit different than you were at the start, they start to think that, maybe I have this person. So you've got to make sure your body language is always positive and doesn't convey any wrong messages to your opponent.
Yeah, I think it's easy to not think about what your opponent's thinking, and like
Yep.
just like when we're at our
Thank
most
you.
tired, it's easy to think that our opponent's feeling fine, right?
Right.
and
Hand
then
out.
recognizing that
3
that,
all.
man, if I'm feeling like this, I bet they feel awful right
Yep.
now, and I'm really going to keep going. Like it's a tough mental leap to make. Ooh,
Oh,
wow.
that's a beautiful shot. Tim's
Hand out.
regrouping. He took a little walkabout
4,
there, but
3.
is still playing within the time allotment. Is coming into the forehand side. An interesting strategic move there. Again, just changing things is a good thing. Ooh.
Yeah, I remember a junior I was working
No
with
let.
who their opponent started serving to
5,
their forehand
3.
throughout the game, and
Right
he
box.
said to me afterwards, after that game, he was like, why is he serving? He was throwing. He's like, why is he serving my forehand? Like, what is he thinking about? I was like, doesn't matter, just return. Like, return the ball. Like, he's achieved exactly what we wanted to, which is to now be so deep in your head that instead of you wondering what else you can do tactically, you're here asking, why on earth he's doing this, right? Like, those little variations can make a huge difference.
Huge difference. Small, subtle changes. You know, it's funny, they say that there's that, ooh,
Down.
boy, that was a lazy drop. You know, the old saying, the devil is in the details. I don't know why that saying isn't,
Left box.
the angel is in the
6,
details.
3.
I like that.
So now, we've got Timmy Timmy has gotten a little bit of space here. Now, the trick is, don't get ahead of yourself. Stay with it.
Yep.
Point by,
Down.
Again.
point by point by point.
7, 3.
I always tell our players, you lose a point, that could be the beginning of the string of 2 or 3 points that could affect the game. He's doing quite a lot of body serves there, you see.
Mm-hmm.
Timmy's doing some very nice variations within the game. Pace, targets, where he's
Down.
serving to. And it looks like that Shah has lost his
8,
concentration. a
3.
little.
I mean, you were talking about body language. Like Shah's body language looks very different.
Yeah.
Wandering around between points a little more,
Yep.
racket a little lower,
Yep,
shoulders a little more forward low.
yep.
Yeah, Timmy, after one or two of those winners that Shah hit off the serve, just not letting him volley it, hitting it at a different spot.
Yep.
Smart little change.
Now Shah is starting to lift the ball and trying to work his way back into rhythm. And again
Down.
in the bottom of the tin. Very interesting. Let's see what's
9, 3.
happening here. Is Timmy just playing so much better? Is Shah maybe losing his focus a little bit? Is there maybe a bit of an injury? These are things that will,
10,
that will
3,
reveal
game ball.
themselves through the course of the match. But Tim has taken a nice stand here. And this is always an interesting situation. Now, Shah is likely to lose this game, right? 10-3. The question is, does he fight and see how many points he can get?
Hand
Or
out.
does he let this game
4,
go
10,
and save himself
game
for the
ball.
next game?
We got into this with Graham Williams earlier. In the first match we were talking about this, and there's always his thinking partially was like in the first game, you always gotta you don't
Hand
let
up.
anything go, right?
Right,
Like you
right.
just like you
5,
keep
10,
digging, you keep
game
fighting,
ball.
but there are occasionally times later if you're really if you know that you're hurting a lot more than your opponent, and you know it really looks hopeless, there may be a time to give it up occasionally. But you know, in general, we were both talking about the value of just having a positive end to the game, even if you lose a game, like a couple positive
Down.
points.
11-5, game to Brownell.
Yeah.
You know, I think we
Con
saw more
leads
errors
2
in that
games
game
to
from
1.
Shah than we did in the first 2 combined, and you know that's a really nice turnaround from Timmy there.
Yeah.
He easily could have let this one go, but now that the match is going to get very interesting from here.
Yeah.
We'll check out the dynamic of the first couple. It looks like Shah requested a new ball here, so we'll see if they come out with a new one in the third, which if they do would be I would think potentially could help Shah if he looks to kind of blow the pace through the roof with a new, more lively ball, but we'll just have to see.
It's interesting. I think we're going to get a lot exposed to us over the next stage of the match. You know, it's interesting with the letting a game go. I do think it has something to do with how you're feeling physically. But one of the things that I think I'm probably lying to my players, but I think they sometimes believe me.
We hope they're not listening in that case.
They probably know
Right.
that I'm a big believer in momentum. So if I'm down 10-3, or one of my players is down 10-3, and I'd say don't give up the farm yet. Get back to 10-8. Win a couple of points. If you do that and he wins the next point, you're actually up 5-1 going into the next game. You've got that much momentum. And the interesting about that is, on occasion, when you say, I'm just going to see how many points I can accumulate here, your opponent could get tight. You could actually steal that game.
Yep.
If you can steal that game, that person cannot shake that off.
No, it's such a mentally difficult thing to have. I mean, we saw it in you know, another racket sport, but seeing it in the French Open recently after the first set with Rafa Nadal and Zverev, and Zverev was up, I believe, 6-3 in the tiebreak or something like that, missed a key volley, you know, and then Rafa suddenly like starts ticking stuff off, doing crazy Rafa stuff, and and next thing you know, it's there. So you know, that momentum can go a huge way, and you know, squash, there aren't that many points in a squash game at the end of the day, right? So something that seems insurmountable suddenly is not after a couple mistakes and things level out a little bit.
But it was interesting to see the seesaw of body language. Look at Timmy now, walking with confidence, a little bit of a spring in his stride.
Bounding around, right?
Yeah, and at the end of that game, Shah's shoulders were down. It was definitely a shift. And the beginning of this game, to me, will be incredibly interesting. It's a new ball. It's going to be more lively.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the
that
end of the
should
third game,
play
by
into
rule,
Shah's
either
hands.
player may
Yeah, but
request
there's
a
new
new
balls
ball.
coming up here, so
Mr. Khan
yeah,
has
we'll
done
see.
so, and players will be given time to warm up the new ball prior to the start of the fourth game.
Another player wanting to use up too much energy here. With the
No,
warm-up.
it's true. It's so true. In my age group, we warm up a new ball by rolling it under your foot.
Yeah,
Which, by the way, you're not allowed to do in international competition. But
you guys aren't holding each other to the
at
to the
70
fire,
years,
and,
at 70 years old, you're going to do anything to warm up that ball.
The good news is you haven't broken the first ball, so you're still you're not in need of the warm up.
And likely never am going to. I recently saw at one of the age group nationals, one of the women in one of the older age groups came off the court, and she was as elated as she could be, and she said, "I just broke my first string."
That's great.
It was adorable. Wow, Shah has come back looking completely re-engaged. If you watch his body language, there's a clear recommitment to this match.
Sometimes a recognition of like giving something away, and then like even changing a couple things physically for yourself, it just puts you in a different mindset. He changed his shirt.
Yep.
You know, they've got a new ball here. You can lie to yourself a little bit and convince yourself, I didn't lose that last game. I feel fresh. I'm like ready to go.
Yep. You know, for you junior players out there, be aware. of
Khan
what's
leads
happening
2
on the
games
court.
to 1.
I'm
Brownell to
constantly called by
serve.
someone who
Love
says,
all.
you know, I was up 10-4 and I lost the game, and so I'm a choker. And I'm always saying to them, you just told me the score. You didn't tell me anything. You didn't tell me what that person was doing, what you were doing. So Ooh, that's a lively ball.
One
There's no
love.
benefit of a new ball. You get that extra grip on it. It hasn't started to slide around. So you catch that corner.
Ooh, that serve looked like it might have been down. Let me ask you a question. How did you feel the pace was in the third game? I thought the pace for both players in the second game had really picked up, but how was Timmy's pace in the third game?
Yeah, it looked like he was willing to vary it, right? Like it wasn't just slow. He wasn't just falling into that. And Shah got sucked into that in certain cases. And like to me, like one of the things that Timmy will continue to learn in his career is like how to take the time when he's slowing the ball down, but then like add those injections of pace on the opposite side. Like for him, it's learning how to speed it up.
Right.
Like you'll see him on some of those drops sometimes, like always on the softer drop or something like that. Whereas some of the top pros, like one of my favorites, for instance, you know, I've mentioned her a couple times earlier, but Nora Sherbini on that left wall, when she's hitting that backhand, she's got so many different paces and angles.
There was some
just
contact.
for hitting it straight.
Yep.
Right, like she can
One
either
love.
like cut it into the neck if she's got a little bit of space slower. She can hit that little fade that like kind of just a little bit back towards the midcourt, but is fading away to the sidewall at kind of mid pace. She's got 8 different paces and timings to hit it like deep, like you within like one frame.
Yeah.
She's got all these different tools to use, and I think these top players, that's like some of the skills that they build. You mentioned Gautier earlier; he was, you know, excellent at that. You know, again on the left wall, just like adding those little variations and changes that keep your opponent out of their standard movement. You know, I think I never learned that. I'm like I always wanted to. I had one pace, but you know, I think that's where Timmy will continue to take these next steps in his work here is. Taking all those tools he has, but then continuing to add the variation to it.
No question. No question. It's brilliant. And I think it's important to understand that emotion takes away your ability to recognize what subtle changes need to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hand
both
out.
of these young men are doing a good job of keeping their emotions in check. But once you find yourself very upset out there, you're just not able to see clearly. You can't play this game in road rage.
I think it's rare everyone has their, like, you know, one example of someone they're like, well, you know, he could do it or she could do it.
Right.
You know, it's like it's rare that someone can stay in get that upset and stay in a mentally okay spot, right?
No.
Like there aren't a lot of McEnroes out there who can like manage to continue to play well after losing their mind, right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case.
And you know, certainly that wouldn't be like the nature of these two guys, right?
No.
You can't like play out of your own. You can't become a different human being when you're on a squash
Hand
court.
out.
And you need to like
2-1.
embrace your flaws out there, just like you would, you know, at other times in life. And it's funny to watch. Someone said in a meeting today that we were asking, you know, why. It was just having a little exercise of asking why people were passionate about squash, and someone in our office said, like, I love that the vast majority of the time you can watch someone play squash and never meet them and predict what their personality is.
Totally.
And then be, you know, proved right as soon as soon as you get to meet them.
Oh, that's a brilliant comment.
And I think we've seen that with a lot of our players tonight, right? And, and the way they carry themselves.
Yeah, Timmy's still changing things up, and Shah's hanging on.
Credit to both players. I mean, these are long points at the beginning of the fourth, right?
Yes.
They're both like asking each other the questions of like, "Are you ready to be here? This is going to hurt."
No,
let's see where it is.
Mr. Brownell, you played through the interference. Mr. Khan, a little bit of effort to give your opponent full access to the ball.
Yeah, he felt like Shah had taken more space.
You're not fully clear. A little bit more effort, please.
It's
Hand out.
So interesting.
2-all.
It's really neat to watch this and to hear the things you're saying, Dent, are just so compelling.
Sport is hard, Paul. It's hard out there.
Yeah, it's very hard.
Like, you know, anytime any of us haven't played in a while, right, and you go out for the first time, and like the two takeaways for me are always like, wow, that is even more fun than I remembered from a couple weeks ago. And number two is, oh, it's even harder than I remembered from a couple weeks ago, right?
One of the things that happens when you watch these players at this level is you think, I could do that.
Yeah, why not?
They look like they're walking around the court sometimes, and I remember when Shahjahan was playing, he literally looked like he was walking.
Yeah, he would just go for a little wander out there.
Yeah.
And Peter Nickel would be running at 1,000,000 miles an hour in circles around him, and Jontra would be having a walk around the midcourt.
It was amazing, and you think, I can do that, until you get on the court and you realize I can't do that.
I mean, we'll talk about it in the next match when we get there, but I like every time I watch Amanda, I leave thinking like, oh, I'm gonna absolutely like obliterate my forehand out there the next time I play squash, and of course, like it's no, it looks nothing like Amanda's, but like these players that have all these strengths, it sometimes is
lines of the ball is through you.
It inspires us all
3-2.
to get out there and try
box.
to do what they're doing.
So that was interesting.
Yep, Timmy not happy about that stroke call.
Yeah. You really do. Once you've hit the ball, your job is not done. You have to clear. And not to say that he didn't there, but that was a tight call. But for you. See, now he's got to stay the course. Don't press.
4-2.
Yeah, it helped Timmy just to reset just quickly, even if it's just going to the back wall for the quick hand wipe, just giving yourself 2 or 3 extra seconds after a rally or two like that, because this is one of those moments where could quickly become 2 or 3 points if he's not careful.
5-2.
There's another one there.
Yeah, there's no access.
He's thinking about the calls right now, and the point is not whether the calls are right or wrong, right? Like the point is what you're going to do with the next rally, and Timmy needs to hit the reset button quickly, or this could be trouble.
Is going to get away from him. Notice that Shah just served to Tim, and Tim didn't accept the serve, and gave him back the ball. It's important for people to remember that the person that decides who's going to start the point is the return to serve person, and not the serve.
Hand out.
If you're not ready to return
3-5.
serve, don't return serve.
Yeah, you certainly need to pay with the pace of play, right?
Yes.
You have to be ready in a completely reasonable amount of time. But if someone jumps up and throws it right at you, that's fine.
4-5.
That's a key error from Shah there.
It really is.
Up 5-3. Your opponent, is looking to steady out in the fourth. You can't give him an inch, right?
Right. I think both of these guys are feeling a little bit of pressure, and understandably
rightly so. Yeah, absolutely.
They're playing in the semifinals of the U.S. Championships, but there's some different mistakes happening here than were at the beginning of the match. But the ball is still flying around.
Yep. Shah, you can see really attempting to hit the ball ferociously here. Like he doesn't want to let this slow down. So he's using both his movement and his ball striking to really add pace. Oh.
Yeah, that was a nice change. You see, Timmy's been playing that backhand drop shot, and the ball was on his backhand for the drop shot. Shah started to move up, and Timmy went to the open court. It's important to remember that you off of the same swing, you want to be able to send the ball to different places on the court. The great players can hit a ball to every corner of the court from every corner of the court. Mm-hmm. That's when you know your basics are really strong.
And that's what's cool about the game is that can happen without everyone having the same swing, right?
Correct.
It's like whatever, if your swing can do that, right? You can hit from any number of different heights and slots, and both add pace if you want to, or add height if you want to.
Sure.
And get the ball to each corner. Like then your swing is good. Even if you could have a terrible looking swing, but if you can do all of those things, then it counts as a good squash swing, right?
Yeah. Ooh, that little cut. Shah's just sent a couple of very good balls to the front, and Timmy's done a nice job of absorbing them. But Timmy's paying a price. Again,
look at that shot.
That's magic.
Wow.
That's magic.
If he was 3 inches shorter, I'm not sure if he's able to get up to that ball.
Yeah.
6-5.
But interestingly enough, in that point, Timmy played a bigger price than Shah did.
Mm-hmm.
He was really being worked. And Shah has to walk back to the other side and say, okay.
6-5, let's keep going.
Yep.
I mean, good on Timmy here, though. I mean, he was down, I believe, 5-2 maybe?
5-2.
Either 5-2 or 5-3, and, easily could have gotten away from him, but he's now applied pressure, and there you go. You see, just like you were talking about earlier, the outcome of that pressure, a couple of mistakes from Shah.
It's incredible. He's standing up to him right now, and now Shah's starting to have maybe some second thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Are you having any second thoughts about coming up as a guest commentator here, or are you still feeling confident about your decisions?
I still enjoy listening to myself talk,
okay,
so I'm doing it.
All right, I just wanted to check in now that we're kind of into the fourth game here, how we were doing.
Oh.
Sequence, this is hard work now.
This is really hard work. They're really tapping each other's tanks. One thing that I am noticing, Dan, is that Shah is playing a lot more balls to the front. Ooh, this is interesting.
So that's that injection of pace, right?
Yep.
Like that is not the pace that Timmy has hit the majority of his shots at, and just that it's not much, right? It's
not
extra
much, but it caught him off guard.
20 miles an hour. That you know,
right box.
Suddenly you're a couple inches behind.
But Shah's playing more balls to the front from a defensive position, which suggests to me that he's scrambling a little mentally. Down. I mean, he wasn't playing that in the first two games.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't playing working drop shots.
9-5.
Now he is. There is doubt happening right now. I mean, he was up 5-2. It's now 9-5.
And he'll know that too, right? I mean, all of us mentally want to just play the next point, want to move on, but like it does stick in players' heads that you know, oh my goodness, how many points have I lost in a row here? Like, you know, and you start to feel that. Wow,
ooh,
that's nice.
That was a good ball. Well held.
Handout, 6-9.
Timmy's taking his time here. It's a very important point. Big difference from 10-6 to 7-9. Good serve. Playing through. Good sportsmanship there. Oh. And a friendly pat on the top of the head.
Handout, 10-6, game ball.
You can tell that these men train a little bit together.
Yep. Even though Timmy meant it perfectly nicely, you know, that was not.
That could have,
you know, that shows the difference between friends and enemies, right? If two enemies on court, you know, the pat on the head afterwards would result in fireworks. But
handout,
knows
7-10, game ball.
He knows that you know, Timmy's a friend. They're just competing hard out here. One or two heavy movements from both players in the last point or two here. They're both feeling the pace that's been going through this fourth.
I love that phrase, heavy movements. That's exactly
down.
That's exactly what's happening. They're both struggling with staying
game
in
ball.
it from a concentration standpoint. That was a bit of an unusual error for Tim. He's looking for the finish line, and it's still a long way away.
And it's that moment you talked about earlier with Shah, right? Just be willing to get one more, right? Get one more point and see how your opponent responds.
Yep.
That's a nice ball.
That's a good hold. Yeah, beautiful. That's again, Tim has such soft hands. You really can't teach that. That's a gift. Notice that when Tim brings the ball to the front, that could be a no-let. That could be a no-let.
Yeah, expect it to just be a let. I think Shah's close enough in there in his backswing that you can deem it kind of a safety let.
Yeah.
8-10, game ball, right box.
Yep. Shah looks like he's all business. Timmy looks a little sad about that.
Well, you only know as a referee you made the right call if both players are equally disappointed in your decision, right? Like, you know, okay, I'll probably find out something in the middle there.
8-10.
Interesting now. There's a little gamesmanship going on between the two of them. It's a tough game, isn't it? These men are working really, really hard. Neither one wants to make that unforced error. That's a tight ball.
Ned Edwards, when he was with us earlier, was talking about how difficult it can be to keep it tight off the forehand side, and Timmy does a really nice job of that.
He does.
Down the right wall. I think part of it is that clean racket work, right? Like,
yep.
Oh,
boy,
great
that's
get
a
by
great
Shah
get.
there.
Yes.
Got it early too. That's
yeah.
even more impressive.
And what Timmy has to say is, okay, good, I'll start again.
Yep,
Oh, that could be a carry.
Oh,
it nicked.
Good job playing through there by Timmy.
11-8 game to Brownell.
See some players
2
stop
games
there,
all.
but you know, he took his space and then accelerated the racket through. So what a comeback here. So Shah was looking strong, up 2-love, and Timmy Brownell now even in the matchup for a 5th game. So we've got quite a barn burner here in the second men's semifinal. Both of these players looking to book their place in the final, and I think we know who's really enjoying this is Todd Harrity, who's sitting somewhere watching these guys thump on each other a bit, and you know, he'll be sitting and recovering and having a nice dinner.
And the only two that are probably enjoying this even less are Amanda and Olivia Clyne, because they want to get on and get going, and now they've got a longer wait.
Yeah, that's tough as a player, isn't it? When you don't have the exact time, you don't know exactly when you're going to get on. Because you know, 30 minutes ago, they could have thought that they were going to play in 5 minutes. You know, or it could be that it's getting a lot longer. So that's tough to keep your kind of body and mind ready.
You know, the psychology for each player is very interesting here. You know, and Shah's got to be careful not to think, oh my gosh, I let this thing slip away. I've got to come out super positive in the 5th game. And in Timmy's case, there can't be that, whew, I've tied it up, because that thing can slip away very quickly.
Well, one thing I'm liking to see about Timmy is you can see him in the right corner of our screen here. And he's been he's actually stood the entire time. You know, to your point, to not wanting that letdown. Some players, it's actually helpful for them to, you know, you may feel exhausted, but it sends a little bit of a message of like, I can stand, I'm here, and I'm gonna stay activated all the way through. And got himself a new shirt, and ready to go. So he's surging, physically, mentally, right? He knows that.
His stride looks optimistic.
A little swagger, the shoulders like shift back and forth a little bit. Shah's onto our third shirt of the night. Do not be deceived, that is still Shahjahan there in the yellow shirt. So, but both players getting ready for, I think, what they know will be a tough 5th. I always found the 5th game so interesting, right? You get, you know,
2 games all.
Can get away from you.
Brownell to serve.
Suddenly it's 2 minutes and it's 8-1 and it's a problem, and others. You know, both players stay totally locked in, so I think we're going to learn a lot in the first couple minutes here.
He's coming into the forehand side again and serving at the body. It's very important to get a good start, because emotions are starting to get tired.
Yep.
If you find yourself in a deep hole, it could be too much.
They didn't warm up the ball here before, so like this ball is heavy right now. It is not flying around yet, so we'll see if Shah wants to, or if either of them want to kind of play at a high pace at the beginning and get that ball warm again and get it moving, or whether they're going to try and take advantage with attacking early. Shah tried to in the first point, but you know, put it in the tin, unfortunately. Ooh, that's way up there.
That volley bows. Ooh, another tin.
2-love.
Timmy's got to be saying to himself right here, one at a time. Don't get ahead of yourself.
And for Shah, like, it doesn't matter if you're up 2-love or down 2-love or whatever. Like, the bottom line is at the beginning of the 5th game. Right? He's just got to tell himself, like, I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to impose my style of game upon the 5th here. It's tough to not get stuck in where you've been, right, and what could have been.
Well, you know, it's interesting that these men have both played so much squash. They've been here before,
right?
You know, and they've got to draw from that. And hopefully, what they're drawing from is, I've been in this position before and it's worked out for me, rather than
hand out.
I remember when I was coaching at Williams, there was a player who truly believed that he was genetically preordained to not be able to win a match in 5. if he got to if he lost the 4th game, I just said, shake hands. It's done. You can't do it. Boy, that's a string of errors here.
3-1.
I mean, there's certainly no better feeling than that, right? Like, you know, you're in a tough match in the 5th, you get that one mistake, right?
Some freebies.
It is a great feeling.
You know, as I tell my players all the time, nobody ever ran to retrieve a 10. So you've got to make the man continue to work.
Right, more nice body position from
Yeah,
Shah there. A little bit more positive suddenly in this last rally here.
Yep. He's digging back in. Tight ball. Timmy's relaxed. Lifting the ball.
Cool.
Wow, what a counter. And a great get.
That's beautiful pressure from Shah there. What a nice response after a couple tough points.
Fabulous. 3 different forehands in that same rally.
2-3.
Same position, right? Exact same racket position.
Yep. It's interesting, you know, it feels like Shah's made a bunch of mistakes at the beginning of this game, but the score is only 2-3.
Right.
Oh, that's a wonderful length. Wonderful length. And a little bit
Hand
of a
out.
fist pump from Tim.
4-2.
Serving into the forehand again. I think he's found that that's disrupting Shah's rhythm just a little bit. Oof, quite a boast.
Oh, both players all over the place here. Wow.
Very decisive. Oh, good hold.
Great job by Timmy to stay with it there after unbelievable retrievals by Shah. Like, you know, just be willing to
5-2.
put the pressure, and Shah's going to grab a small break after that one because that was
tough.
Full pace sprint there for a second.
Both men have to stay in the moment here, not get ahead of themselves. Tight ball.
Down.
Very nice.
Yep.
See Tim applauding that quality.
Hand out.
It's important when your opponent is hitting a super tight ball like that to relax your grip to retrieve it. If your grip is tight, you can't get it off the glass. Both probing here. Tight ball. Both fighting to dominate that tee. Oh, nice boast.
Stroke to Brownell. Yeah, the contact of the swing changed the flight of the shot.
He thought that he clipped
Hand out.
in the backswing.
6-3.
Yep. So we have a let.
Whenever I can't hear the dialogue, I like to impose in my own head what the players are saying, and it's always completely inaccurate. Like you know, they're saying what their favorite
Hand
music
out.
is.
6-3.
Did you see Amanda just go sprinting by? She's getting herself activated on that left wall. The ball was tight there for a while, and Timmy moved it up with a boast. And again,
weaker boast there.
Wow.
You can see the movement's getting a little ragged for both of them, right? In the fifth game, all the work that they've put in. So it's getting a little scrappy out there for both players now.
They're definitely lifting out of the back now. Ooh, is that up?
Shah's dangerous.
Stroke to Clyne.
Right around there on the right wall.
Yeah.
Hand out. 4-6.
Shah's hanging on and hanging on, hanging on, never quits.
You really take a second to marvel at his foot speed when he presses go and needs to go get some of these balls. It's really impressive what he can pick up.
It is, truly. And that's because he practices so hard. Oh, there's that boast again. Good length.
Oof.
Caught him off guard. Oh.
Top of the 10, I think, right?
The ball's down.
Yeah, I think so.
Hand out. 7-4.
Boy, this is a really, really tight moment.
And just for those of you who are just joining us, we've got the second men's semifinal here, getting into the real teeth of the fifth game here between number 1 seed Shahjahan taking
stroke
on
to
Timmy
Brownell.
See a stroke there. Timmy going up, really taking
Right
advantage
box.
here in the fifth game. They're both playing for a spot.
8-4.
For a spot against Todd Harrity, who's already through into the finals. All these players looking for the prestigious U.S. championship. So this has been a really fun match, Paul. It's been interesting to see both players try and figure each other out as the tactics keep changing. Is there a moment where you would ask your players to almost like, is there a stop thinking moment in the fifth game of just like be smart and be tougher, be smarter and tougher? What is there a certain trigger moment when everything changes? It's just about who's tougher.
Yeah, I think it's very much at the beginning. I always tell my players at the beginning of the fifth game to make the first 5 points the longest points of your career, just to send a message that I'm happy to be here, and yet not pass up opportunities to attack. Wow, that was crazy shot.
It's aggressive for 4-9 down.
Yeah, my gosh.
Take it in.
Hand out.
That was quite an amazing
5-9
shot. And then I think it's just a matter of you've got to be willing to grind, and yet you have to be courageous to still play the shot when it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you've changed the winning game plan by becoming too careful.
Mm-hmm.
And so you've got to be able to see the difference. Yeah, they're both doing a nice job of lifting now. Timmy's doing a good job of changing pace there. That's a good length, causing a defensive boast.
Not up.
Oh, wow.
What a nicely constructed point there. Just
yeah. Well, we have a match point
Hand
here.
out. 10-5, match ball.
This could be one of the best wins of Timmy's young career.
Yeah, it's been really positive so far. But as we know, the last one is the toughest to win. So
exactly.
You're going to see Shah attempt to bring absolutely everything back here.
Yeah, and Shah's certainly not going to give this point away. There's that follow-up volley and out of court. Ooh.
Timmy thought it was tough to tell from this angle, for sure.
Yeah, from this angle. Good hold. Shah's being relentless. He's not going to let this thing go. But he is being fooled and crossed up. It's amazing. Shah looks like it's the first point of the match.
Timmy also showing here that like he's not. You send a message to your opponent when you're up this much. Like I don't need to take the easy way out either, right? Like
Correct.
He's not looking for something cheap. He's looking to keep control.
No let.
That could be a no let.
Yeah.
11-5, match to Brownell. 3 games to 2.
There we go.
7-11, 8-11, 11-5,
for Timmy Brownell.
11-8,
Booking
11-5.
First time in the U.S. Championship Finals. So
just brilliant.
An exciting win as far as his young career. And ton of credit to Shah. He really battled hard there. He's had such a good year, such a positive momentum. So we're going to go down to the interview here.
Great.
Timmy. How do you feel, brother?
Feel great. It feels great to have a great tournament here. A big nationals, the first nationals in this center. And I think the matches tonight show that the future is bright, and even the earlier rounds. So thank you all for coming.
In game 2 there, you go up 8-6, and then Shah rattles off 5 points in a row to win game 2 and go up 2-love, 11-8, my apologies. But then you take a break, you come off, and you come on hotter than ever to rattle off 3 in a row. What went through your head, and what were you telling yourself after game 2 to give yourself some momentum heading into game 3 and the rest of the match?
Yeah, I was just saying relax, because I know we've done a lot of work here, and I had so much more in the tank, and I was letting kind of my emotions get to me. I was playing a little bit frustrated out there, and I wasn't getting to show all the skills I had. I still don't think either one of us really did, but I was just telling myself to relax because I had a lot more squash in me. And, the work we did allowed me to hang in there long enough to start to show some more of my skill.
A pretty physical match, but now you are heading on to tomorrow's final, where you are seeking your maiden national championship, and you will see compatriot Todd Harrity. What are you going to go through tonight to prepare for the match and get ready to get yourself back onto this stage?
Yep, so obviously we've been preparing for tournaments like this all year, so I've got my plan together to get recovered, get some food in me, and put myself in the best spot to give my best tomorrow. And I know that we can do that.
Well, congratulations tonight. Very well done. And good luck tomorrow night, where we will see you in the finals of the Men's National Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more match for you this evening, and it promises to be a great one. We will get that match on as soon as possible, but at the moment, we have been left a nice free beer free fridge full of beer. So go on, grab yourself a nice refreshment, and we will see you back on court momentarily.
All right, we are back here, 2022 U.S. Championships. We just saw the final get set in the SL Green men's draw. Todd Harrity, the number 2 seed, won earlier against Chris Gordon. We just saw an amazing match with number 4 seed Timmy Brownell upsetting our number 1 seed Shahjahan. Timmy booking his place in the finals. I'm Dent Wilkins here with U.S. Squash with my celebrity guest host, Paul Ciante, the Hall of Fame coach of Trinity College and longtime head U.S. national coach as well. So, Paul, that was a super fun match that we just saw.
Yeah, that was tremendous, and I'm so glad it was, because this is past my bedtime.
That's good. We're like pumping Diet Cokes down you just to keep you upright. Yeah.
But for people that are watching, it just showed so many different things, and the strategic changes, and yet it showed the courage and the sportsmanship of both players. I mean, there were no histrionics. It must have been a bit frustrating for Shah, but he complimented his opponent, came off the court with his head up. He knows there'll be another day in the sun for him. And for Timmy, what an elation to have a performance like that in front of his mom. You can't tell from where we're sitting, but there's a good crowd down there, and this is a good night for U.S. Squash.
I guarantee you Chris Brownell's mom is beaming down there in the stands and excited to talk to anyone who will listen about that match. So that's great. And Chris is such a decorated coach in her own right.
Yes.
One of the country's best. So
yes.
Great to see that
yes.
kind of family tradition continuing. And
yeah.
Timmy's siblings who also were great players. So that was super fun. And what was special to me, obviously, outside of squash, we saw even in the 5th game, we saw Shah call a ball down on himself, right? In the heat of competition, doesn't mean they're always agreeing with each other, but they just really played with class and tough squash. So we're in for a great nightcap. For those of you that heard that Paul is past his bedtime, we have access to Shea Lounge, and he's currently being fed grapes and fanned from above up here. So we're gonna keep him going for one more match here, and. This is a treat. Now we're going to get to watch, as I said earlier, 2 of the most decorated players in U.S. squash history and really anchors of our national team for the last decade. Number 1 seed Amanda Sobhy, world number 4, taking on Olivia Clyne, currently world number 23. Both of them have won this event. Olivia's won this twice. Amanda's won this 4 times. Amanda Sobhy, 28 years old. Olivia Clyne, 29 years old, and the defending champion. So you don't get 2 players who have done more for squash in the U.S. than these 2 athletes we're about to see.
It's truly an amazing thing, and how proud should we be as, U.S. squash engaged people to have this kind of a match at this standard. Amanda, 4 in the world. Olivia, junior British Open champion. I can tell you in Lima, Peru, things were tight in the women's team finals, and Olivia played a brilliant match to seal it for us. Otherwise, I'm not sure what would have happened. And these women, they've been there before. They're great players. They're great sportsmen. It's a contrast in styles. Olivia's a butterfly, very quick around the court. And Amanda's the hunter. She's the hunter with all the firepower in the world. Probably has one of the biggest forehands in the world. ironically, a little over, I don't know how many years it was ago, Dent, you would know that Amanda ruptured her Achilles tendon.
Yeah, I mean, she only came back. We'll look it up, but you know, she's only been back for 4 or 5, or for maybe 4 years at this point.
Yeah.
It's been a tough road back for her. She actually ruptured it playing Olivia.
Exactly.
Down in Columbia, and you could see, obviously it was devastating for Amanda. You could also see like how just shaken up Olivia was, because these are two really tough competitors, but they have such a ton of respect for each other, and their history goes back all the way to basically the under-13s.
Yeah.
When they first started playing with each other. So we are now going to pass it down to the court for the intros, and then we'll get to chat a little bit more about this spectacular matchup.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our final match of the evening. We have seen some great squash, but we are ready to go for this last match of 2 top 25 players in the world. Introducing first, please help me welcome the 2-time national champion and the current defending national champion, currently ranked world number 23. Give a round of applause for Olivia Pocket Rocket Clyne. And her opponent, she is a 4-time national champion, currently ranked number 4 in the world. Please give a warm welcome to Amanda Southpaw Sobhy.
All right, we are here. Here are our 2 U.S. legends, Olivia Clyne on the right, Amanda Sobhy on the left. Yeah, we were just talking about our excitement for this match. Dent Wilkins here from U.S. Squash, Paul Ciante. We're both honored to get to commentate this one. Yeah, we were talking about Amanda's injury previously, Paul, so I did double check. It was 2017 when she ruptured it, and then the long road back. So, you know, such a credit to her. It's such a brutal sport, that Achilles that, you know, is so important for that drive up to the front, so that when you're stepping back and then have to take that step forward, you know, all of that power is being driven through the back of your leg there. And you know, she's come back stronger than ever, reached her career high world ranking of 3 this year, and is only looking better. You know, her hunt, and you know, as stated so, is to be the world champion, and wants to be world number 1. And she's just continued to get stronger and better and more consistent, and just is simply one of the best in the world, and has been for many years. And then Olivia Clyne, who you know, has been as high as I believe number 12 in the world. I'm going to double check that, but you know, she's dropped a little bit this year through a couple results, but you know, she's still extremely dangerous, and you know, 2-time defending Pan Am Games silver medalist in the individuals. You know, falling to Amanda, I believe, in both of those, and they've both anchored that team that has won you know, multiple team golds in a row as well. So. You know, these are 2 good friends off the court, but that will not get in the way of them being fierce competitors in the match today. So what, Paul, from your coaching perspective, what should we be looking out for from this match?
Well, as we had talked about earlier, in the earlier match, it's going to be up to Olivia to stand up to Amanda and make it really, really difficult for Amanda, so that she will feel the pressure of being the seeded player, at this moment in time, the higher ranked player. If Olivia can't do that, this could be tough work. On the flip side of the coin, you know, I think Amanda has to be business as usual, and she really is. I mean, this woman is so all in. Every aspect of her life is focused on this, and she is really the consummate professional. The interesting thing is, these players, all players, have to draw from prior experiences. And so, you know, Olivia, and this isn't sour grapes, she's had some very tough draws this year. She's had to play against some higher ranked players in tournaments in the first rounds or early rounds, and she's had some tough results. And so how does she come in tonight with confidence, and that has to be something that she draws from her past. I've been here before. It's going to be okay. If I do X and Y, you know, it's going to be okay for me. And that's what she's got to come in, because recent results wouldn't necessarily give that to her. But she's a champion. She's been
actually the defending champion of this event. Amanda wasn't able to play the last one.
Correct.
But Olivia came through a tough draw and took the last one, played pre-COVID. So you know, she's got that fire to defend, and she also knows Amanda's game so well. She'll know where the attack is coming from, and of course, knowing that Amanda's going to attack you doesn't necessarily make it any easier to absorb her pressure. But you know, it'll be interesting to see. And I think so much of it for Olivia, you know, as you starting to say, is you know, if she can find a start and get in rhythm and just keep it close early and get into a rhythm, because the danger with Amanda, with all of her firepower, and this is for anyone playing her, is suddenly you find yourself getting blown off the court early just because she does have so much weaponry.
Right.
And if you start giving her the ball across the midcourt, you start letting her play, especially on that left side with that big lefty forehand she has.
Yep.
You know, you can really be a struggle to keep up.
It's interesting too. I mean, Olivia's going to have to keep the ball extremely tight, because if the ball's off the wall at all, there's thunder. I mean, there's just thunder, and not only thunder for the pace to the back, but thunder to the kills to the front. And one of the things that I think Amanda does better than anyone else in the world on the women's side is she's able to take a high ball on the backhand side and punch that thing down the wall. And that's a place you would typically hide the ball against a lefty. And you can't leave it there. Amanda's too strong.
Yep, it comes back with interest from up there. Yep.
Brilliant, you know, and so it's going to be. This is going to be interesting to see.
Well, Amanda's got the extra motivation. She'd love to make this a sister act final. She, you know, Sabrina, her younger sister, played a really great match earlier against Olivia Fiechter to book her place in the final. So Amanda, if she's able to get through here, we'll see a Sobhy showdown in the finals tomorrow. So I know Amanda will want to try and make that happen.
U.S. Women's Squash Championships. Amanda Sobhy to serve.
We've got the
Olivia
hunter
Clyne to
against the
receive.
butterfly.
Best of
Let's see
5
how
games.
this goes.
All right.
Love on.
It's that first big attack.
We did double check the bolts on the glass court before Amanda got out there, just to make sure that the court would stay upright with her ball striking. So we'll hopefully be intact.
You can just see the weight of shot. Such a heavy ball.
Yep. And that's what Olivia needs to do there. I mean, Olivia's got really nice attacking ability as well off her own volleys. So if she's able to keep the ball tight and straight, especially on that right wall to Amanda's backhand, and then use her attacking straight drop in order to move Amanda up to the front. Like, that's what Olivia will be looking to do.
Yep.
You see it again there. But Amanda, again, good defense.
Stroke to Sobhy.
You see a stroke there.
To love.
Good defense for Amanda, got herself and suddenly turned the point right back to offense for her.
But good accuracy for Olivia in there. Oh, quick return of serve.
And out.
Amanda's applauding it.
Olivia's dangerous off that volley from both sides. Like, she can really do some damage in the front court.
And a little bit more dangerous on the backhand side than the forehand side. Her racket work is brilliant. You know, I mean, again, to be the British Open Junior champion, it's clear here that Olivia is going to want to bring Amanda to the front often, and she's already shown that, to try to create a physical advantage on the court.
Mm-hmm. Well, these two just talked about their day yesterday. So Amanda took on Caroline Ilsen, who's a junior player, just 16 years old, made it through the quarterfinals, number 2 ranked player in the under-17s. It was actually great to see. Amanda's really good at kind of embracing her role as the leader of Team USA and our top-ranked player. She made it such a positive experience. I mean, she certainly didn't take it easy on her in the points, but afterwards, you know, was taking pictures with Caroline. Caroline got up 1-love in the first game, so she was laughing afterwards about how she was, beating Amanda Sobhy for a while, even though it was only 1 point. And Amanda really embraces that, and was urging her on, talking to her a lot afterwards, and keeping her going. So she really does a nice job with that next generation coming up. And in Olivia's case, she played Marina Stefanoni, who used to be a player that was on her way up, but is now very much there. A rising junior at Harvard University, was one of the top juniors in the world, 4-time U.S. junior champion in the 19s, and really gave Olivia a hard run yesterday. Ouch. Amanda just caught her with a racket, definitely not intentional at all there, just on the way by. So Olivia was up against it. Marina took the first game. Marina's very physically strong, is comfortable at the pro level, has played plenty of pro events herself, and Olivia's actually played her multiple times at this event, but when Marina was a teenager. So this is a very different beast now with Marina, a little older, more experienced than others. But Olivia really steadied out, captured the next 3 games to win in 4, and that was a nice confidence-building win for her, because Marina can be really tough out.
And again, that's just such a commentary about the psychology for these women, because
7-2.
All the pressure had to have been on Olivia yesterday.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh, I could lose this match, and Marina's just playing without fear, and yet she braved the storm, stuck in there, and then ultimately prevailed.
It was nice to see we had Marina in the commentary booth earlier, and she's got such a growth mindset. It was all about how she was kind of in awe playing Olivia when she was a teenager and younger. She'd always looked up to her. She'd always been one of the best, and now she was really taking like what I can learn, what I improved, like how am I going to do it differently next time. You can see why Marina's as good as she is and how she's going to continue to improve. She's really got that. It wasn't this oh, I lost, I won the first game. It was like, oh, I felt I made a lot of progress. Like Olivia did these things well. I'm going to need to be able to counteract that. Like it's nice to see even in a young player that mentality.
Yeah, they're trusting in the process. It also is a sign that they're getting extremely good coaching, and so that they understand that this is in fact just a process.
8-3.
Having Mike Way as your coach at Harvard is certainly an amazing thing. He's coached 2 people that were once ranked 1 in the world.
Yeah, and we're watching another student of his, and Amanda, who played at Harvard.
9-3.
She never lost a match in college, which is quite the impressive run. She was an absolute unstoppable force through that. But she got that type of top-level coaching. That's what's fun in college squash now. We've got great coaches across the college squash landscape, so these players can continue to develop while they're in school.
Down. 10-3, game
so
ball.
We've seen a couple of errors from Olivia. I think right now she's just trying to figure out, what in the world can I do? I hit a good drop shot. Amanda hits a wonderful
11-3,
counter.
Game Sobhy. Sobhy leads 1 game to love.
Tight. Amanda's pummeling it. It's a lot right now. And again, in this situation, Olivia's got to just say, okay, work. It's funny, when you lose a game in a fairly lopsided score, one of the things I try to convince my players of is, okay, you lost that game 11-3. Get to 5. Get to 7. Just stand up to that person. Because saying, oh my gosh, I lost by 8 points, that feels daunting.
Right.
So just, keep coming back, be relentless. But it's hard to do.
Did you have a lot of players lose 3, 5, and 7 and come off and say, "Coach, I did it. I really got there."
Yeah, we had more. It's certainly getting a lot more of them now.
Yeah, and you could see some of those sequences there, like Amanda's movement into the front. Her movement is something she's been working so hard on, and for those that are around and get to see her train, she just there's a reason she's up at number 4 in the world. She's really relentless in her training, super focused, detailed, is always looking to work on her weaknesses and bringing in new ideas and concepts into her training. But she's jumping at, Olivia's hit some nice drops, and Amanda's on them early and creating damage off them right off the bat.
Yeah.
And then there are some sequences where, if Olivia allows Amanda to play at all from the front of midcourt with time on that left wall, it's just game over. Amanda's, I think many people would say, potentially the best forehand in the world, and that just the damage that she can do both with pace, with attacking, with everything, and it's so tough.
And deception, too.
It comes so quickly that it's really tough to read. So she can easily crush that cross court from very little backswing, or from that same spot, quickly put the drop in, quickly drive the straight drive past you. Like, there's just all sorts of stuff she can do, and she's had that mindset driven into her of, like, it's time to attack.
Sobhy leads 1 game to
love.
Love on.
She's not afraid to pull the trigger from that position on the left side.
You know, I've come to this chair after following Ned Edwards, and when Ned was playing, he was very much like Amanda in the front right, Ned being a righty. And it was the case that you couldn't leave a ball front right, or you were going to lose the point, if not immediately, eventually. And so, you know, you've got to sort of pick your shots. If Liv is going to have to be careful about playing backhand drops and forehand boasts, because that leaves Amanda in the front left with so many options.
Stroke to
I think
Clyne.
that's a better spot for her to be there, using that straight drop with her forehand, which Olivia hits very well.
She does.
You know, you're better off having Amanda in the front right, certainly, than in the front left.
Than anywhere else probably on the court, if you can find a way to get there.
One way to love about Amanda, I mean, watch after, obviously a little mistake there on this post, but even though, you know, she just saw this point before, her recovery off the serve return, she's just super active right away. Like, you see her just, like, moving her feet quickly, making sure that she's, like, right in that point. Like, she's really, really matured in the way she kind of, like, just rebounds very quickly. At the point, you're not getting those same long sequences of points lost that players who are a little bit younger you might see.
Yeah, there's no question. And in this game, you have to get out of the corners quickly. One, so that your partner has a straight path to the ball, but two, to get yourself back into position so you can be ready for their shot.
And out 1-2.
You sort of hit and linger in the corners, and then the domino effect just gets worse, and there's a huge backhand.
You see even, you know, yes, it wasn't the greatest post, but Amanda's on that so quickly, and she's giving herself every option just with that. It's generated from her footwork, not just the rack work.
Yes. And she anticipated. She had hit a wonderful length, and the likelihood that Liv was going to have to boast it was great, and she was up there waiting for it.
3-2.
Ooh. I have such respect for Olivia. I've had an opportunity to spend quite a bit of time with her over the years, and she's a wonderful professional. She's always in there working hard, always trying to find ways to improve. She's a real professional in every way.
Well, and she's you know, had a lot of responsibility placed on her shoulders. She was the top US junior for years until Amanda overtook her right at the end, and then has been one of the top US pros for years, and it just comes with a lot of kind of both pressure and responsibility. But she's always been the first to, you know, embrace a speaking engagement. She volunteers here with some of the different clinics that are going on. You know, after training sessions at the center, and you know, she's just
5-3.
She's joyful in her approach to the sport, and you know, she's always approached it as being fortunate that she gets to do this for a living. And you know, I think all of us in the US squash community are just really lucky to to have her.
The poster child for our young players. And the interesting thing for Olivia, I've never heard her make an excuse.
Yes.
You know, she wins and she loses. She treats the two as if they were the same imposters. She's a consummate pro. There's that sort of loose ball. Oh, kind of a loose ball to the forehand side, and Amanda made her pay for it.
Left side 7-3.
You know, for those who are watching and don't know, the first time these players played, I believe it was in either at the time under 12 or under 13 nationals, and Olivia, at the time Olivia Blatchford was the #1 seed.
Down.
And in the first round, she was playing this new player to the game who just made in the draw, and you know, was seated at the bottom, this Amanda Sobhy, and you know, Olivia was the dominant force, and Olivia beat her. You know, no points in the first game, no points in the second game. And Olivia felt bad, you know, in the third, and gave this young Amanda Sobhy a point, you know, and you know, so it ended up being, you know, and who knows if it was actually given or just a little foot off the gas, but you know, so she beat her 0-0-1, And Olivia jokingly now, she's like, "Man, if I had known who this girl I was playing was going to become, I wouldn't have given her that, I wouldn't have given up that point and tried to like stick with it." And then obviously, you know, we've seen what Amanda's become, but you know, it's just like such a fun dynamic over the years. These two, you know, similar age and have been playing all the way through, and you know, done all these amazing international trips together, anchored the U.S. team to the most successful run it's had, and
5-9.
Just, you know, fun to see it now. They still have obviously much of their careers to go, only both in their late 20s now, but you know, it's been a fun journey to watch these two together.
Unquestionably. And you know, and in a way, Olivia has been very helpful in helping Amanda. Ooh, boy, that's quite a hold. In helping Amanda get to where she is. I mean, that was the bar, and Amanda worked hard to get to that
and
bar, and clear the bar.
10-5.
And at this moment, it appears that Amanda's got the upper hand, but Olivia's not going to give up. You know that for sure.
Well, I think for people of lesser character, that could have been a really tough dynamic too. You know, Olivia being the top junior in the country for so long. And this, at the time, you know, like upstart, you know, it was clearly surging. Amanda was, you know, the writing was on the wall that she was going to be excellent. She kept getting better every year in one or another, and Olivia held her off for a long time until Amanda finally took her.
Game, 11-5.
But Olivia's struggling a little bit
2 games to love.
Something with her right leg, which is so unfortunate.
And, you know, just to wrap it, Olivia never approached it in a, you know, jealous or bitter way as so many players would have done. She's been, you know, one of Amanda's biggest, you know, in her corner and cheering her success, and as Amanda has for Olivia. So it's you know, we certainly can't take that for granted in the way that these players carry themselves. So we see like Olivia in a tough spot here. Obviously, Amanda looks very strong, and as you said, Olivia may be fighting one or two things, but it's a tough. It's a tall order to ask against Amanda in any situation for sure when she's playing like this.
And it's hard. I mean, you know, I've been on the receiving ends of many of these in my life, and it's hard to stay positive on court and say, okay, this game, and you know, but she's on there. She's hitting balls. She's doing a little bit of solo practice. She's trying to get a feel for the ball right now, and I just have so much respect for both of these women, and it's so good for U.S. squash. And you know, now you've got Ang Beng Hee here as the national coach, and you know, I can't think of anyone who's going to be able to help them continue in their journey as well as he can. It's a very exciting time.
Yeah, we had him on last night. We were chatting with him for a while. It's an exciting time in the game. You know, obviously it's got to be fun for you. You've been so deeply involved in squash in the United States, and you know, as coach of our national team for decades, and just to see that growth and see the progress that's been made on the international stage, and then the next generation of juniors right now that are coming up, that now when people see someone with USA on their back walk up, there's fear there. They know that these players are world class. So that's
Sobhy leads 2 games
a fun
to
journey
love
for you to see
love
this evolution.
It's been amazing to watch, and I'm so happy for the teams and happy for Beng Hee, because I think the future is very bright.
Yeah, and we're so grateful for your service over the years.
Thank
you. Lucky to have you for sure.
Thank you so much.
Nice defense from Amanda there too.
Yeah. It looks like Liv is really struggling physically. You can see the way she's going into the corners. The leg seems to be bothering her. And you know, it's tough with Amanda because there's no place to hide in there with her. The pressure is just so extreme.
1 love.
Wow.
Nice little ball.
Yeah, it's a
And
good
now,
counter
1
drop
all.
cross court to the opening. Amanda's asking for something. Oh, so she's asking for the crowd to cheer for Olivia's good shot.
I think so. I think that's what was just happening.
Does it get any more classy than that? I mean, I'll tell you, it just amazes me.
Down.
We're so lucky to
And
be
out.
part of this. It's amazing.
2-1.
Very fortunate.
You know, in the first Pan American Games that I was a part of, it was in Winnipeg, and I never heard the national anthem once. Canada won every single
Stroke to
flight.
Clyne.
And then you were with us in Lima, Peru.
Now 2-all.
We heard the national anthem 6 out of 7 times. And that's a credit to these players on court and what you're seeing them do. And look at this. Liv's playing some beautiful shots.
Really nice. That's what she said her best.
3-2.
I mean, her ability to really chop it in there
yes.
when she's on the ball early has always been a strength of hers.
It's just a little tough because Amanda's got the ball flying around so fast that it's hard to play a drop shot off of a ball that's moving that quickly.
Yeah, you may like to hit volley drops, but when Amanda's is screaming by you down the wall before you even have a chance to step across.
And then she's on it so fast.
Nice sequence here from Olivia, though. This shows her
4-2.
mettle. She could easily have kind of phoned it in here in the third, but you know, this U.S. Championship matters to her, and she's going to fight her way all the way through this.
Oh, good counter. And a great cross court. And, you know, maybe staying on the court and doing a little solo practice was beneficial in giving Olivia an opportunity to regroup a little and feel the ball and have confidence. I mean, that's a wonderful shot off of a difficult position. And a great counter. Ooh, that's a tough collision.
To Clyne.
Yeah, unintentional. I think Amanda was trying. thought Olivia was on the other side, and Olivia thought Amanda was going to go the other way. So just unintentional. But that'll be a stroke there. Olivia in a winning position. So a great sequence from her. You know, just putting herself right
left
in
side.
this third game.
Yep.
Now we'll see how Amanda responds. You know, Amanda's a consummate pro, and you know, she's not going to want to just let this third game drift. So I think you'll see her like up her pace and try and get Olivia out of the midcourt and not allow her to keep the shot making that Olivia's been exhibiting here.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, Olivia's really bringing that ball to the front.
Burying it. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, there's that drop. Good counter. A little loose, but
you saw Amanda there. You see some players maybe go into Olivia, right, and see if you can get a stroke out of the rack for one or another. Amanda just a subtle like half step around her, knowing that she's got the ascendancy there, and then just burying the crosscourt, obviously. But it's nice to see her go play that.
Ooh. Boy, there's
not up.
Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know. Carry, double hit, 10. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I called it on Amanda. So
7-3.
And now 7-3.
And you can see that Olivia has completely changed her style of play. She's throwing everything to the front that she can. And there is another example.
And shows how much offense she has. Like when she decides to turn it on, like I mean, she's got a lot of weaponry.
She does.
8-3.
But she's initiating now rather than looking for the counter. And there is a thunder. Ooh.
And out. 4-8.
Olivia almost expected that to be in the neck, and then it jumped up at her.
Exactly.
And, you know, had to react.
That ball ended up in her pocket. Yep, she is really throwing that ball to the front. And a boast. Great counter. Yep. Great counter. But again, Olivia has made a game adjustment. She's seized onto it. She's gained an advantage here. She's got to be careful not to let it slip away. Yeah.
Down. 6-8.
And what happens is when your opponent gets on that ball as quickly as Amanda does, you feel like you need to hit it even better, and that's when you catch the 10.
Down.
Too bad. And Amanda's not going to want to put extra mileage in her legs. She knows
7-8.
What a tough opponent Sabrina is. So Amanda will be doing everything she can to not end up in a fourth game here. She really wants to get out of here in 3 and be able to begin her prep and recovery for tomorrow. If she can.
Yes.
7-8.
No doubt.
Still a step to go.
Especially with Sabrina having
Left
played
side.
such a long 5-game match, right? Or was it a 4-game match?
I believe it was 4. Yep.
Yeah. I ran out of fingers. I couldn't get to 4.
Well.
Yeah. Again, a nice drop, a good counter. Oh, straight ball.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Ferocious ball striking there. Really nice.
Yeah. And many would have fished for the stroke there, but Amanda saw the advantage and played through safely. And we're back to 8-all. Just ferocious.
Yeah, really injecting pace here. You see her sensing the moment of
left side, 9-8.
3, and now she finds herself a little nose ahead at 9-8.
It is true, you said something earlier, but boy, Amanda is on that ball so quickly. Oh, see, these women are playing through.
Yeah.
Hand out.
Quality squash by Olivia there.
Yep, yep. And they're playing through safely,
Mm-hmm.
and that's very, very important.
Keep your ball on the sidewall here. If you're Olivia, Amanda, so
Exactly.
you leave a couple open serves, and she can rack up points quickly.
There's that quick ball.
Trouble from there.
Yes, let. Yes, let.
See what the call is there.
Yeah, it could be
Left side, 9-0.
But it looks like it's
Could
stroke.
be. I think they gave it a let, maybe.
Yeah.
Yep, just a let.
Just a let. Amanda's really picking up the pace so that Liv doesn't have an opportunity to leave it short. Wow, so quick. Whoa. These women are flying around the court. Ooh.
You might see a no let there.
No let there, I suspect.
Yeah, no, you weren't going to get that. Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, Amanda's on that ball really early. Referee believing that, Olivia's got to go get that, take a path to the right there and go get the ball. So I think it's an understandable
10-9
no
my
let,
ball.
even though always tough to stomach at 9-0
Yeah,
on the third.
exactly.
Oh, too bad.
Too
Just
bad.
on top of the 10, but great comeback there. Really showing
3
showing
games
off her
to
medal
love.
in the third game for
11-3,
Olivia Clyne.
11-5,
But
11-9.
our top seed, Amanda Sobhy, world number 4 and 4-time champion of this event, is through to the finals. And let's go down to the court.
And your finalist, Amanda Sobhy. Well, Amanda, first 2 games, Liv's look a little injured, but then all of a sudden we get into game 3, and we get to a nice little 1-all. Liv hits a great shot, and you look at the crowd, and you're like, "Come on, where you at? We gotta go." And then all of a sudden, she went, and then you found yourself in a 4-point deficit. But then after being down 8-4, you rattle off 7 out of the last 8 rallies, and then you went. So what was going through your head after you're down that to make sure that you kind of locked in to get back and win this match?
We're here kind of to perform, and when it's late, and when it's quiet, we kind of get lulled a little bit, and whatever happens, we just want claps and cheers, we want to be appreciated, and I know sometimes squash can be a quiet sport, but regardless of the score, I know Liv appreciated, she was spurred on the momentum. I love it, whether it's for me or against me, I live for it, so just bring the noise tomorrow. You got 2 Sobhys, pick a side and just go at it, so yeah.
We're gonna put the Sabrina stand on the left side, and the Amanda stand on the right side. Give them 2 different colored shirts, and
Exactly. Make some posters. Grab your beers. Hopefully they have some more. Yeah, body paint, face paint. It's not every day you get to watch 2 Sobhy sisters duke it out. So yeah, it's gonna be a good match regardless. She called me a great friend today, and then just peaced out and didn't even watch my match. So what kind of friend are you? But yeah, it's going to be an exciting night tomorrow, 2 amazing finals, and hopefully we can pack the stands a little bit more, have unlimited booze, and just get rowdy.
Yes, there it is. So far you've played 6 games, you've won 6 games. What is your preparation as you go into tomorrow night to face your sister/good friend?
Just enjoy my squash at this point. I mean, it's been a long season, and I still have to go to Egypt on Saturday for World Tour Finals, so woo, lucky me. But, it's just more about at this point, if the body and mind is healthy, we can put on such a great performance, and at this point I'm kind of enjoying my squash, which is nice at the end of the season, and I know Sabrina's playing really well too, so we know that we're gonna fight to the death.
Well, very well done tonight. Great tournament so far. You are seeking your 5th national championship tomorrow night, and we will see you there to face your sister. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard the request. Tomorrow night, let's bring the action. Tonight, we have concluded our matches. We've seen some great squash. Thank you all for your attendance. Tomorrow night, we will start at 5 o'clock with the men's finals. So please make sure you are here and in your seats and ready to cheer. Thank you all again, and we will see you tomorrow.
All right,
Enjoy
we're here to wrap up.
Dent
Dent Wilkins here with U.S. Squash with Hall of Fame member Paul Asciante. And Paul, really nice performance by Amanda there. Certainly our top player at U.S. Squash, number 4 in the world, against a really tough performance from Olivia Clyne. So on to a double Sobhy final tomorrow. Amanda will take on her sister Sabrina, who beat Olivia Fiechter in the semis today. And off air just now, you boldly predicted a Sobhy win, which it seems like you didn't really go out over your skis on that one.
No, I have a grasp for the obvious, but it's interesting when these women play against each other in practice matches or exhibitions. It invariably goes 5 games, and or at least extra games, and it will be interesting to see, how this plays out tomorrow night. And it'll be interesting to see the mind preparation for both finals. Timmy's paid a big price physically, and Todd has got a couple of hours rest on him, and certainly a lot more miles in the gas tank. But it's interesting when you and for Sabrina, she's just coming off of COVID, and she played so brilliantly there. So I just can't wait for tomorrow and to see how this all plays out.
I mean, so just to tee up everyone here, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow night for the live stream here in the first match at 5 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow on Friday. We've got the SL Green men's final between Todd Harrity, as Paul was just indicating, and Timmy Brownell. That promises to be a great final. Todd going for his 4th title, and Timmy looking for his 1st. That'll be immediately followed at 6 p.m. by the women's final, world number 4, Amanda Sobhy, taking on her sister, world number 22, Sabrina Sobhy. So we've got 2 exceptional matches with players competing for the U.S. title tomorrow night, and we hope you tune in then. In the meantime, Paul, we've been so lucky to have you up here. So thank you for being our celebrity commentator, the guest. And
thank you so much.
Yeah, and for us, I'll just say it's such an honor to watch these amazing athletes. They do Team USA proud. We'll hope you all join us tomorrow night for the finals of the 2022 U.S. Championships here at the Specter Center. Good night.
Good night.